in the pre-Japanese conference.
Yes.
Hey, it's finally here and not a second too soon. We've been waiting for draft day for what feels like an eternity. And it's finally going to begin in about a half an hour. We'll have Roger Goodell walk to the podium and open this draft and put the Raiders on the clock. And we will be here for all 257 picks, taking you through the first 32 picks on day one on the SūmerSports Draft Show. I'm Lindsay Rhodes. This is Sam Bruchhaus. This is Mike Mayock, the one and only OG draft analyst. So excited to get a chance to talk about all of these guys with you guys today, and to finally find homes for these guys and actually start answering some of the many questions that we've asked over and over and over again, and frankly within the top 5 that I still haven't been able to find answers to. So we're going to know those soon. You guys know Mike Mayock, obviously, from his time as the Raiders general manager, and also from his time as the main draft analyst on NFL Network. And now he has 3 small desks to set up all of his papers here in front of him today. He's trapped. He can't leave. I like that plan personally.
Yeah, I'm used to a big desk. And as I've driven Sam Bruchhaus crazy because you guys work off a laptop and I've got nothing but pieces of paper in front of me and notebooks. These are my notebooks with all the player notes. This is my notebook with all the depth charts and notes of all 32 teams. Over here, I've got my positional chart that comes down vertically. Then we'll have a horizontal chart, just like a draft room would have. So my mind works one way. And what I think is really cool about what we're doing tonight is we're going to jump inside this young man's mind, and we're going to learn some other things. In all honesty, I'm being dead serious now. He's a brilliant young man. He played linebacker at Tulane, which is another reason I like him. He has some common sense football, okay? And on top of that, what he's going to bring is a different way to look at not just the draft, but player personnel in general. And trust me, folks at home, it's permeating throughout the league. So it's kind of cool to see the old school draft scout thought process along with Sam Bruchhaus here, who brings the new school analysis. And Lindsay, I'm sorry, but I just kind of segued right into Sam there.
I mean, and then just left it at that. I feel like you could have at least, like, on the back end of the sorry, like, acknowledged, and I'm also excited to talk to you.
Very excited.
There you go. Okay, there you go. I knew you were. I knew you were. And also, I like that you have the chance to do a draft day show like this in a slightly more casual environment than you are used to, wearing your BC hat, repping Jude Bowery. Looking forward to, hearing his name called maybe on day 3 or so.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be here when Jude Bowery gets drafted, but I always rep the BC gear when I ever get a chance, because I love what Bill O'Brien's trying to do at a very difficult environment right now in college football, and I respect it and follow it.
And as you brought up, this is Sam Bruchhaus, who is our senior data scientist. I'm sure many of you guys watching are very familiar with his work. We're going to talk about this draft and how we see it, I guess, in general, from a data standpoint. Is there anything that jumps out at you that you want to set the table with on this, the final 20 minutes before this thing gets going?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you look at this draft and the biggest question is value of the positions and tiers in this draft. And so I think you start off at the top with the quarterback. That's the number one need. Me and Mike were talking prior to about how that's who sets your system. And so that's the immense important point of a franchise. And then you have to find system changers elsewhere. And in this draft in particular, people think the really excellent players are at what we call non-premium positions, guys that are not paid super highly. Yeah. And so running backs, linebackers, safeties. So Jeremiah Love, guards.
Don't forget about Ioane at Penn State.
Yeah.
There's a premium player at each one of those positions.
Exactly.
Brought up.
Yeah. Exactly. And moreover, they're looked at as one of the best players in recent drafts.
Right.
Whereas even Fernando Mendoza is not even looked at as like the Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams site class. So we're entering into a draft where, number one, the players who are at the non-premium positions are the best players in the draft and the best players perhaps in several drafts. And then also we're looking at a place where the wide receiver position, an extremely important and highly paid position, the edge rusher position, and the offensive tackle position all stand in a spot where there's tiers. And it's going to be all about who can attack those tiers properly, whether that is trading in, trading out. I think that's why we're going to see a ton of movement and a ton of fireworks after pick 2.
What is like the freshest thing in your mind about what you're thinking going into today after all of the information that you've consumed? What are you on the lookout for?
I think I've got 3 or 4 things to try to frame the first round. And the first one plays off of what Sam just talked about, which is, in my mind, I think we're probably going to see 7 offensive tackles go in the first round. The average is 6. And the problem is there's a drop-off after the 7th. So if you want an offensive tackle, you better go get them. And like Sam said, there's tiers within the 7. There's a top 3 and then the next 4. Very similar with the wideouts. I think 6 wideouts will go. So 13 of the 32 players in this first round are going to come from those 2 positions. And I believe the wide receiver board drops off again after 6. And there are tiers, the top 3 wideouts and the next 3 wideouts. So what Sam said as far as positioning and moving, especially without high-level quarterbacks, we're used to quarterbacks driving the first round of a draft. With no quarterbacks outside of Mendoza on the horizon, the Ty Simpson thing will come into play later. All of a sudden, the way GMs think and their head coaches are pushing them, tell me, I trust you, I trust me. They're saying, wait a minute, there's a run on tackles, and if I don't get one of those guys, we got a problem. We got nobody to line up at right tackle week 1. Okay. So there could be some real movement within that, both the tackles and the wideouts. That's point number 1. And I think that's probably the most important one. Point number 2 is Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee. I don't think there's any way, because of the medical that has come up recently, that he's going to go in the first round. If that's the case, and I'm not trying to take any shots at the kid, his character, anything, he's one of the 2 premier corners in this draft, along with Mansour Delane. If that's the case, and all 32 teams bump him down, just like Will Johnson from Michigan a year ago, if that's what happens, then all of a sudden, if you want a premier, quote, corner, you better go get Mansour Delane. He won't get anywhere near past number 10. So he's going to go in the top 10. And then what happens to the rest of those corners? Are they going to get bumped up higher? Colton Hood, Avion Terrell. There's a question on his 40-yard dash running a 4.62. By the way, I have strong feelings about whether or not that's valid. Then Chris Johnson from San Diego State. I think he's going in the 20s. He can flat out play. And Brandon Cisse from South Carolina, he could be the last corner to sneak. So again, what happens because of McCoy will impact the entire first round. And then we can get into some other stuff, but I think, Sam, that gives Lindsay, that gives us kind of a jump-off point.
I think that does give us a great jump-off point in terms of some of the things that we're looking for here at the last second. Let's go ahead and, because we have another person on our broadcast team here today, and I think we're also having some camera difficulties. So I'm just going to acknowledge the fact that we're looking at Mike Mayock's face, even though he's not talking right now.
Let's go.
Let's take a look at Shawn Syed, who is also with us. He's going to be doing scheme breakdowns and has already taken a look at Mansour Delane, who you just talked about becoming even more valuable in the wake of McCoy's injury. So do you want to set up that video, Shawn, and what we're going to see from that?
For Delane, I looked at his highs, his lows, and I really want to see how is his game going to translate to the NFL. And I'm really curious to see where does he land, because now we can see the talent on film in your years in college. Now this is the team that maybe you're going to go to and you're going to fit. So I'm really excited to show you guys a bunch of these videos for some of these players.
All right, let's take a look at the Mansour Delane one first.
He kind of reminds me of a former player that they had, Nate Wiggins. Very fast, excellent feet. He probably has the best feet out of any corner in this year's draft. But a leaner, slimmer frame, so you don't see him in the physical area show up a lot. But his game transfers well to the NFL because he does things with his feet as opposed to his hands. So he can cover.
Able to take down a bigger threat on the perimeter here. and just finding ways when the ball's in the air, got to find a way to get your hand on it. Knock through the
and coverage
also
where he
making
can
this
run
nice kind of
and use his speed and
communication type
quickness.
play. You're
He
showing off
is
that
excellent with his
versatility in a few
footwork,
different
his
ways. At the
hips.
top of the screen, you gotta go ahead
Not a
and make it
physical
keep it useful.
defender,
I'm curious, is he gonna
which
find
gets him in
himself
trouble
a
at
situation
times,
where
but he has
his long
excellent
speed
man
is
and press
consistently
coverage.
tested? Is it gonna
Toughness,
be
he's good
he can
enough in
comfortably
run
play
support.
press coverage?
Versatility,
Is it gonna
he
be a
is
situation where,
versatile.
hey, you're
You
on the
will see him
backside of
line
these
up
through about one
in the
concept,
slot, but he
you're
plays
gonna be in the
mostly
receiver's face no
outside,
matter
and he
what
has the
kind of
quick
zone
hips. He
coverage
can flip.
is
He
happening
can
around.
transition
I'm really
quickly.
curious to see
His
where
game
he's been
is
through the
all
lane
speed,
land
all
in the
quickness,
NFL
all
draft.
agility.
All right, Mike Mayock.
Yeah.
So Mansour Delane is the top cornerback on the board here today. You talked about the wide receivers and the O-line groupings here. There are 6 teams that have multiple first-round picks.
Yep.
Quite a few of them actually need offensive linemen and wide receivers.
Yep.
So in terms of looking at just that simple fact,
Yep.
how do you think that you have to kind of approach this draft if you're one of those teams?
So let's assume there are 6 primary defensive players that are going to go in the first 12 picks. Styles, Reese, Bailey, Delane, Downs, and Bain. Okay. I think we can assume that those 6 are going to go at least in the first 12. Is that fair with you guys?
Yep.
Okay. And then we got Jeremiah Love and we've got Mendoza on the offensive side. That's 8. So in the first 12 picks, we know that they're probably 8 of the names. The other 4 picks, I'm anticipating are going to be a combination of tackles and wideouts. It could be 2 and 2. It could be 3 and 1. It could be 3 tackles and 1 wideout. But all those teams with needs are going to be looking very closely at the first 12 picks to see how it falls out. Keep in mind that at about pick 17, where Detroit is, a heavy secondary look at more tackle needs come into play. So depending on how many tackles go in those first 12 picks, say 2 of them go, and you're a tackle, you got to get up quickly somewhere between 13 and 17. All right. And the teams that might be willing to move back are Baltimore and Tampa Bay, 14 and 15. The Jets could also too at 16. All right. And then they've got multiple first round picks and they're at 33 of the second. But my point is that if you have a heavy tackle need, to me, the first inflection point is you got to get ahead of that Detroit and then the teams after them. There's going to be a secondary run again later, I believe, for the second group of 3. But that's the first inflection point.
Sam?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because in particular, these cornerbacks could go all over the place. And it's interesting that Delane is the stickiest person, probably at 8, 9, or 10. Now, when you have a person who's sticky at that range, that means someone could always trade up. And what I'm thinking about as Mike is talking about all these mechanics is what's going to blow this draft up. Whose board is different? Who has a D'Angelo Pons substantially higher? As we discussed at length, you could check it on the evaluation. We could check it on our Sirius
Wait a
XM show.
minute. Are you suggesting, and I'm a huge Pons guy, are you suggesting he's going in the first round?
I'm just wondering who is going to blow it up. Who views McCoy as someone who really bought into the McCoy injury stuff, who really bought into the Terrell stuff. And so whether it's Chris Johnson, who you said is going in the 20s, despite being in the consensus of 35, or it's Pons, who's at 40, who the analytics love, the scouts on our group really love him as well. You said you love him as well. Who thinks that way and is saying, you know what, screw it. If I'm not going to be there at 40, maybe I'll go draft him at 20 or 25. What I'm constantly trying to think of is what's going to blow this up. And it's the same way with the tackles. Who thinks Caden Proctor is the best tackle in this draft and is willing to take him at 8, 9, or 10? I think the difference in shifting boards could throw this draft completely out of whack, bust all the big boards. But I generally agree with you. There's the guys who are certifiably at the top. I think Delane's one of them. I think Reese and Bailey are definitely going to be there. And I think to a certain degree, Love and Styles as well, even though for positional value reasons, I could potentially see them falling as well.
We're going to get going on positional value. I can feel it.
It's the name of the draft. Like this year, I think that it's the biggest story of the draft and it's the thing that makes it the most tricky to predict this draft. This is the draft that in the last however many years, this is the one I've had the hardest time doing a mock for, trying to predict, because I think there is so much uncertainty with the contrast of the positional value and where the best players are. And each team might have a different approach to how they approach that particular scenario. Like the Jets, I know you've mentioned several times, have an analytics department that we know well. The head of that department came from Sumer. We worked with him. Now, there's always questions about who has power in the building and who people are listening to, but we know that at least there's a voice in the building. The Panthers are the same way. There are different buildings around the league that we know there are people in the building that were brought in specifically to weigh in on issues like this. And I think that we're pretty comfortable with how they're going to think in a situation like this. But then you also have other teams that maybe aren't built that way. And so you just don't know how the team is going to think. And I think that makes this team or this particular draft so complicated to predict, because it's very upside down from other drafts in the sense that the high positional value positions, the ones that get paid the most for a reason, making them the high positional value positions, that's not where the talent is. And so I know you feel strongly that you just take the best player.
Let's attach some names and positions so that people at home understand exactly what we're talking about. So on offense, we're talking about running back Jeremiah Love, where Sam and I have a difference of opinion. Let's talk about the offensive guard from Penn State, Ioane, who I have the highest grade on since I had Quentin Nelson coming out of Notre Dame. On defense, let's talk about Sonny Styles at off-the-ball linebacker. And then at safety, we've got Caleb Downs. They're the four that you two guys are referencing. And the point they're making is that the analytics departments that are very strong throughout the league are going to caution the GMs and against taking them too high. They feel like, I don't want to make your argument for you, but the bottom line is you feel like there is not value in those positions long-term about helping a team get where they want to go.
Correct.
I feel like if they're elite, I'm with you on the running back thing later. But if Jeremiah Love can do for a team what Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson have done for their teams, I don't understand why he wouldn't be all in. And I think that's the conversation that's going on in the Jets building, in the Arizona building, in the Tennessee building at 2, 3, and 4. If the football guys believe he belongs up there that high because he's going to make that kind of difference on the field, he's going to change the numbers, he's going to force defenses to play you differently. The football guys are going to be pounding the table. What are the analytical guys going to say? What's Tennessee saying in the building right now?
With respect to the running backs, and they have a great person there, Sarah Bailey, who previously used to be at the Rams. I don't want to speak for her. I don't know exactly what the discussion, what their numbers say, but
generically, this is the conversation.
Yeah, generically, the discussion is going to be twofold, or really threefold. The first thing that we're always going to discuss as analysts is what we call league translation effects, which means that there's immense uncertainty about a player going from college to succeeding in the pros.
In any position.
At any position. And so projecting that Jeremiah Love is going to come in and be an all-pro immediately is really, really tough to say because there's only so many all-pros in the league.
Yeah, but how do you compare that to pick a position of value at tackle? Maui Noah, how's it any different for him to take him at 3?
And that's the next step. When we look at all the positions, then it becomes about which positions on a year-to-year basis can track. So if a player is good, will he continue being good year 2, year 3, year 4? The tackle position, because in particular, we're looking at things like pressure allowed rates, which is what we call pretty sticky from the pros. If you hit on that guy, he's probably going to be good for 3 to 5 more years. The running back position, not exactly so. Even look at a guy like Christian McCaffrey. The reason why he got traded from the Panthers is because the injury risk is so high for running backs that on a year-to-year basis, it's difficult to say that they will be as impressive or as impactful as they will be. And then the final piece, particular for running backs, is aging curves. And that's the reason why they're not paid so much. I'm actually a believer, as I believe you are as well, Mike, that they are undervalued when they're on their rookie contracts. That they can provide a lot more value.
Supply and demand. you can talk about aging curves, and I get it. One of the reasons we took Josh Jacobs in the first round was there was not a lot of tread on the tire. He always shared the load at Alabama, and he was a 20-year-old kid when we drafted him. So we felt comfortable about 2 contracts from him. Okay, I get that. I'm not sure I can buy into the ref from my foot the way I grew up, and maybe I'm outdated here. I just think so much of it comes down to if you're an elite player. And again, tell me why Gibbs and Saquon Barkley and Bijan Robinson aren't helping to change their team as long as there's enough around them, like any other position.
I think that's the final element is what is defining the stuff around them. And for purposes of this conversation, let's take the quarterbacks out, because this is a quarterback or not league, a have or have not league. You got a quarterback, you're in contention. If you don't, you're not. What other players can be those system changers? And Saquon, unfortunately for the Giants, was not a system changer, despite them kind of, I wouldn't say they have a quarterback, but they felt comfortable enough to extend him. But it wasn't enough to overcome the offensive line. When you mentioned Saquon going to the Eagles, I'd argue that was as much on Jeff Stoutland's offensive line when it came to Mailata and when it came to Lane Johnson, when it came to Kelsey and Cam Jurgens. And it's going to be kind of the same way for any team that Jeremiah Love comes with, because let's look at the teams that he's likely to go to. I think the Giants actually would be a team who has Andrew Thomas. They have a Luminor on the right tackle position. They have a quarterback that they feel comfortable at. Maybe that's a spot. But you look at the Titans, for example, the team was 28th in expected points added per play last year. They were the 28th best offense with a rookie quarterback. And so if you're trying to at least get that rookie quarterback in a standpoint that it's a little bit better, I feel like the system changer would have to be a wide receiver for him to throw to, or an offensive lineman, which I think they're actually kind of comfortable in their offensive line. But the wide receiver is the one.
Bottom third in pass blocking, regardless of who you look at, whether that's PFF or ESPN or SūmerSports or anything like that. Bottom third.
Yeah.
So,
and then you look at Jahmyr Gibbs as well. They've had success with other running backs there as well. They've had success with DeAndre Swift.
Look, David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift have both moved out of the way because they've recognized as the kid has matured and gotten older, he's gone from 12, 14, 15 touches a game up to about 20 touches a game. He's impacting it even more. David Montgomery's leaving because David Montgomery wants to be a lead back somewhere because Gibbs is so good.
To that point, though, I could also counter and say they don't believe that David Montgomery will provide the same value that he would in the future, and that they can go in the market and get the same value for a different way because their system is so good.
I don't disagree that at a certain point there's a supply and demand issue with the running back position, which is why I think they're undervalued. My only point is that once you get to the few high-level elite backs, they can change your team. So I like to put names to I don't like vague conversations. So if we're talking about Tennessee at 4, what you're telling me is they should take a Maui Noah over a Love.
I would say.
What's that?
I said I would.
Yeah.
So that's what the analytics department. So if Maui Noah has a football grade of a 67 and Love has an 8.0 and 80, the more often you do that, the more you dilute the overall talent level on your football team.
So
silence.
No. There's no silence.
Crickets.
I'm trying to figure out where to start. For me, I think, because I've been wondering for the last year or so, this is a conversation that we continue to have, and not with you. I'm just saying in general, and so I'm wondering why it's not landing in the way that makes sense to me, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's correct, but I'm just saying it makes sense to me what I'm thinking, right? And I think for Sam too.
Right.
I think that there's a lot of the money and the value and stuff like that feels very not football conversation. And so it just doesn't compute in a lot of fans' brains when we're talking about it. They're like, I don't care about that. I want a good team. I think that where I've landed is that maybe the best way to talk about it in general is taking the roster building out and just saying what position, what player, because it's an opportunity cost. The whole draft's about opportunity cost. It's about how to take the best players. We talk about if we can get a good offensive tackle here, but we know we can get a good offensive tackle still at the bottom of the round. We've got 2 picks. Let's take a different position here and then get that offensive tackle down here. You're trying to maximize the value of the picks that you have to build the best roster. I think for me, the argument comes down to the fact that there is no evidence that a good running back will make your team a lot better. Like, you will have a very good running back, but the issue to me comes back to the wins at the end of the day. Like, Bijan Robinson has been outstanding, and they haven't had a winning record the entire time he's been there. And I know that you'll say, well, that's not his fault.
Whose
and it's
fault
not.
Is that?
No, 100%. But the problem is that if you use that pick on a running back and the year before you use the pick on a tight end who also has a similar effect, then you are not taking maybe another wide receiver to go with Drake London, or an offensive tackle that will block, or in this particular case, they've taken a ton of quarterbacks.
Detroit taking the running back and the linebacker back to back, Campbell, another off the ball linebacker, and Gibbs, and becoming a superior football team?
Well, I would argue, and we've had this conversation, that I already knew they were a good team before they plugged those players in.
No, they were growing. They were getting better.
Right. Like, we all saw it. Like, they had the pieces. And
but
so they
Jahmyr
were a
Gibbs
good
made
football
them
team
different.
that can afford to do that.
Jahmyr Gibbs made them different,
But see,
regardless of whether.
That's what I would argue.
So you only
do.
take them when you're a good football team?
And I know that that's the part that gets lost.
Would you take them when you're a good football team?
Yes.
At 4?
Ooh, well, you wouldn't be at 4 if you were a good football
What do
team.
you?
I
sure
still
you would.
would.
What if you
just to be
traded?
clear.
What if you had made a trade and like the Rams? They've got 13 this year. You know, and even though that they're 29 or 30 or whatever they are on the other end.
So for me, that becomes a palatable, although I understand the reasons that you're still saying there isn't value there for the pick, and it upsets the whole roster building from a salary standpoint and all that stuff. But if you're a team that is already good,
yeah, if you're already pretty good,
and you're trying to become like, we need that extra piece to go win the Super Bowl, which is the Saquon conversation, then absolutely. But I do understand how that becomes complicated, because you're like, so only the best teams draft the best running backs? That makes no sense for the rest of the league to just go, here you go.
But I still wouldn't draft it. And let's look at the two pieces. The Rams currently have a rushing attack that is built off of 2 mid-round running backs. Now, Kyron Williams is probably outsized. You know, there were injury concerns, and maybe he was a first-round talent, but he was still a mid-round guy, and he ends up making, you know, a Pro Bowl team. Blake Corum last year, another mid-round guy, ends up being a top 5 expected points added per rush guy. And that's because the system changers on that team are Puka Nacua, and they're Alaric Jackson, and they were McClendon, who ends up being a quality right tackle. And then when you look also at other situations, you can always point to the tackles and the wide receivers as being the people who make the difference. The Eagles, the same way. The tackles, the wide receivers. You even, to a certain degree, look at the Falcons, who have not made a playoffs, and it's the tackles and the wide receivers that are that's the creators. And so I just think the curve is flatter. And if you want to get a guy who brings you to the next level, you can get that in free agency for the same cost.
90% of the time, I agree with you at the running back position, because again, there's more. I'm a supply and demand guy. I don't understand the way you two do, the way you're roster building. The way I look at it is supply and demand. That's why the running back situation is, yeah, let's go get 2 good backs in the 5th round and we'll go win a Super Bowl, as long as they're just complementary pieces. I get it. But what I don't understand is what I keep getting back to with you guys. If you get an elite player at any of those positions, guard, off the ball linebacker, safety, running back, and they're, in your mind, they're a top 10 pick all day long and will help elevate your football team. And I don't care if you're 2-14 or 2-15 or 15-2 or anywhere in between, you take that player. And I also go back with the point that you guys kind of didn't address, which is the more times you take a player with a lower grade, the more you dilute the overall roster talent that you have.
I don't think it's diluting the talent, though, per se. I think it's what you're saying is you're diluting the talent at that position.
You're diluting your potential talent level by not taking the higher.
He's saying if we took Maui Noah, and Maui Noah is
68,
like, we think he's going to be like a good starter, but we're not like, yeah, that is an all-pro caliber guy, but we're passing up on an all-pro caliber running back in order to take that eventually.
Every time you pass up on a guy that's rated higher, and that's kind of an old school GM credo. Like you trust your board. And maybe what you're going to tell me, and the only thing I might accept here as far as my logic, is that if you are an analytically driven team, your final board will reflect that. There won't even be a running back anywhere sniffing anywhere near. So we'll put Jeremiah Love at 87 on our board, which makes 0 sense to me. But that's
so here's the thing. And I know I'm going to use an example that's going to make your brain explode. And part of me wants to move on from this because we're going to have so much time to talk about it.
Raiders are on the clock, by the way.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
This draft is already getting fun, man. We're already in the heat of it, and this is going to come back up a little bit at pick 2.
They've been on the clock for about 5 months, so.
Well, I know exactly. I don't think he's opened it. No, they're still welcoming people to Pittsburgh
got some
right
terrible
now.
towels.
I'm teasing you. I wanted to just kind of take it down a level.
Okay, but here, I'm going to go in the opposite direction. And by the way, if you can move your mic closer to your face, I don't know if you even know how to do that. Maybe Lee can run out, your daughter,
great.
Wonderful and lovely Lee Mayock.
Oh,
nope,
wow.
Matt Stotsky's going to do it. We're getting comments about not being able to hear you and I as much as Sam. So we'll fix that before the Raiders are on the clock. The comment that I was going to make about positional value, where it does make sense, and you're going to hate this comp, we have a punter with an 8 grade. So you understand in theory, like, well, yeah, he has an 8, but we're not taking a punter in the first round because he's a punter, right? Like nobody's going to do that. And I think what Sam and I are arguing is that the data suggests that the running back is closer to that than he is to the quarterback in terms of like how you should prioritize your build.
Special teams players are graded differently, so that 8 is not the same as these. So what you're trying to say,
100%.
and what you're trying to say is that the running back should be closer to that category. I understand your point.
Yeah.
I disagree to the 5% that come out in drafts that are ultimately difference makers on the field. They catch the ball. They can play 3 downs. They put points on the board because they're consistently creating explosive plays, both in the run and the pass game. And we can probably talk about this forever, and I'm not changing my mind. And I'm not changing it saying that because I'm trying to dig in and be a jerk.
No, not fully understood.
I really don't understand your principle.
Yeah.
If you have an elite player at one position and a non-elite but good, solid player at another, why you would take the lower. I don't understand that.
I think there's another concept here that we're not discussing. And I'm really interested in your thoughts as well. We're not saying don't take the player. We're saying try to use that asset if there's not a correct way to get more shots at the dartboard. Because we were talking about the quarterbacks prior to. You could have an 8 quarterback in that we think should be picked 1 or 2 or 3. But people may have had Zach Wilson as an 8 quarterback. And that's why he got drafted 2. Or, RG3 could be another guy who we thought was going to be an all-pro. For whatever reason, the distribution of these guys is tough to deal with. And so what the Ravens have picked up on, for example, what the Seattle Seahawks did last year to a certain degree, and what the Patriots did, you can list off the dynastic teams. Now, it's always difficult to say this when you're the Browns, and the Browns have done this over and over again. It hasn't necessarily worked out to rebuild their team. It's helped to rebuild their defense in particular, is that you should get more shots at the dartboard and more shots at the distribution by trading back off that pick if there's not a player who you truly believe can provide value at their position. And to discuss kind of the horizontal element of it, Mike, like the way you're thinking of it is on the left side, I have 10, 9, 8, 6, 8, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And all on the 8 line, we have David Bailey and we have Jeremiah Love. The way that I think about it, understanding that, the running game in terms of the impact that it can have on a game is slightly lower than the passing game, is that, and translating that into dollars, is that the best running back can only provide the value. A 10 running back is only going to provide the value of an 8 wide receiver. And that's the way that I'm thinking about it at any given point. That Puka Nacua can provide 1.5x value because he commands target share. He gets more yards on a down-to-down basis when he's targeted and so forth, so on, than a Bijan Robinson or than of a Derrick Henry.
And how do you account for...
Can we pause this conversation just because now the Raiders are legitimately on the clock? We haven't even mentioned Mendoza's name or talked about him as a prospect. And so I'd like to do that before they actually put the pick in, which, by the way, we had a conversation last night. We all agreed that it would have been baller. Well, you weren't there, actually. We agreed that it would have been baller if the Raiders were just like, we're not going to wait. the commissioner is going to open the draft, tell us we're on the clock, and we're going to put the pick in immediately. We all understand that there's a reason that they kind of wait.
Yeah, it would have been kind of cool if they just said, forget that. Hey, no, Roger, here's the pick.
Yeah.
We've been waiting, and here's where we're going. This is our guy. Here's where we're going.
You guys have had a month to set the table for this pick. Everybody knows what's coming. And so we're going to do it very differently than everyone else has, just to make a statement, set a culture. And they're not doing that. They still have 4:45
Gotta sell ads,
minutes
guys.
left.
Well,
this is a media product.
Let's give a real quick overview here, because they're going to put the pick in real soon.
Yep.
I mean, you see, they just did. They just called it in. I crack up with that because they've known it for 3 months. They've been on the clock.
But they're still shaking hands in this moment.
Are they fielding calls? Do they have someone fielding calls on the side?
I'm sure they do.
Just prank calls?
I'm sure they do. But here's the reason Fernando Mendoza, to me, is a great pick for them. And it's a little more subtle. He doesn't overwhelm you like a Dan Marino or a John Elway might with physical traits. The more tape I watched, the more I began to understand the value of this young man. And I started on purpose with 3 road games to watch the tape on that were difficult road games. I started at Iowa, at Oregon, and at Penn State. And the Penn State game, the final drive was magnificent. The throw to Omar Cooper to win that game, the throw to Cooper in the seam prior to get the first down necessary to extend the drive, special, different. And the bigger the moment, the better he played. And that's what you want with your quarterback. And for my money, you build your team around this kid the way Atlanta did with Matt Ryan. Okay, he looks like a baby-faced kid, but like Matt Ryan, he's an assassin. He's at his best when his best is due. And I think you get the O-lineman, you get the wideouts, your positions of value. Mm-hmm. You build those. They already have my guy Genty, so they're good there. And I think you go all in on this kid, and I applaud the Raiders for what they did in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great view. And from the data perspective, there's a couple things we like that he does. He pushes the ball down the field at the correct times. And I think we saw that again and again. We saw it in the Penn State game. We saw it in the playoffs. He pushes the ball down the field at the correct times. And moreover, he can complete them on the perimeter. That's what pushed a guy like Jaden Daniels up 2 years ago. That's what pushed Mendoza up. Finally, my favorite thing, and, over the years, especially a Tom Brady-led franchise in the Oakland Raiders, that you're probably going to want to tail this off. But when it comes down to it, he provides excellent value when it comes to the designed run game on 3rd and short. No better time to view that other than the national championship game on the line, third and whatever, 4th and whatever, got to have it. He gets into the end zone. The problems I see are sack avoidance, which we saw last year with
the
a
whole
lot of
class, by the way. The
Yep.
whole class, there isn't a single quarterback that has a good sack avoidance score.
Carson Beck is the only one. Carson Beck, 2.1% sack rate. So it's like,
well, that's a sack rate, not sack avoidance. So we measure sack avoidance, and no one has a good sack avoidance score in the Sooner.
Exactly.
Well, there's a corollary to that too. He took 82 sacks in 36 games. Mm-hmm. That's 7.5%, which is a very high number. But on top of that, he takes a physical beating.
Yeah.
Along with the planned quarterback run game. And with his slight frame, we don't need that. Bottom line is ball's got to come out a little more quickly, and he's got to take care of his body.
The pick is in. They have made the announcement. The commissioner has called his name. Fernando Mendoza is hugging his family, obviously stayed at home, did not go to the draft live in Pittsburgh. What a moment for him. What's it like to be the general manager who calls a kid, and you didn't have the number 1 overall pick, but you have been the guy who's been able to make that phone call and make someone's life?
You know what? I was a 10th round pick, 50 something. Okay. And that was a long wait. That was a really long wait. And as a matter of fact, I had to play a college baseball game that day against Harvard. And I hit a home run and had drag bunt for a single, had a couple stolen. I was in a different world after I realized the Steelers had drafted me. It was a great day. But my point is, for me, it was kind of poignant to talk to these kids. And what was more important was that John Gruden was so good at exciting kids and getting on and sharing excitement and energy. So John always went first, and I wanted him to go first, and he was fantastic. And then sometimes I grabbed the phone, sometimes I was too busy to, because we were getting ready for what we're doing next. But it's just such a cool moment for every kid in this draft. And before we start today, I want to congratulate every friggin' kid that gets drafted. Yeah. And beyond that, the undrafted free agents that are going to make a difference going forward.
Yeah. And by the way, as the parent of like a young athlete right now, I think I'm looking at the draft differently and the ways that we're talking about these guys. And I've been hyper fixated this season on how good all of these players are and how we are absolutely splitting the slightest of hairs to create these differences in their game to try and figure out the projection and how much, like, we're talking about the differences between like a 4.3 and a 4.5. And that's like, going to cost draft position potentially.
Yeah.
Like, these are such really high level athletes that we're even talking about here today. And so I do feel like I want to make that point also as we talk about the Jeremiah Love and the positional value. In no way are Sam or I undervaluing the talent of the players that we're talking about. It's literally just a roster building strategy type of thing, fully conceding that these guys are just wildly, wildly talented. And even when we talk about the things that we don't like, again, it's a hair splitting exercise that has to do with projecting a level of success at the next round and also trying to maximize value.
Yeah.
The Jets are on the clock. Before we get to the Jets, I do want to really quickly, because Shawn Syed is here and he has done some scheme videos for us and has taken a look at what he thinks Fernando Mendoza will look like in the Raiders offense. Let's take a look at that. Or maybe we cannot do that right now.
And so with Indiana, it's going to be interesting to see how his game translates to Clint Kubiak's offense. He's going to be asked to make on-time, out-breaking throws in tight windows. He's going to be used on play action, finding those kind of intermediate crossers over the middle of the field and still find ways to stretch the defense and attack down the field. Now, Mendoza in Indiana didn't have to attack over the middle as much as he probably will have to with the Raiders. And he had an incredible connection with his wide receivers at Indiana, and we'll look to build on a few things at the next level. I think you'll see him try and do things like sticking in the pocket a little bit longer, find that, that number 2, that number 3 that he didn't really have to do at Indiana. It's going to be the natural adjustment from a gun quarterback to now working under center. But I think Mendoza's shown enough athletic ability and clean footwork that he should be able to do it. So it's going to be an exciting time to see how does Fernando Mendoza's game translate from that awesome season at Indiana to now Clint Kubiak's offense with the Las Vegas Raiders.
I can't even see him. Always up there in the corner.
Pick is in.
All right. And coming off of that conversation, the pick is in for the Jets. And this is really in many ways where the draft starts, right? It's been Bailey and Arvell Reese. Will it be Reese at 2? Will it be Bailey at 2? We're about to find out our answer. And then I think, honestly, that dictates everything else that is going to come.
When I was doing my mock draft at 5 a.m. last night after spending 15 and a half hours straight just trying to figure this out, I got to like pick 3 about 6 hours in after drafting about 1,500 words on this individual pick. And this defines everything. This defines the 2026 draft right here, I think.
Give me 2 words. Who they taking?
David Bailey.
Why?
3 reasons. Number 1, hybrid defender, decreases the potential earnings, the potential value that our friend Arvell, who may be drafted right here, could have. Number 2, stabilization rates. We know that Bailey is a good pass rusher. He's one of the best in college. The final thing, translation effects. Both of them won't be as good, but I think Bailey may be better.
So you're saying the bottom line is he's going to provide production immediately on the edge.
Yeah. I think he's the high floor, high ceiling guy.
Who, Bailey?
Yep.
Oh!
And it's him.
The moment
I'm just celebrating being right, by the way, not having anything to do with Arvell Reese or David Bailey. That was an interesting one because it was Arvell Reese at number 2 to the Jets for the longest time, to the point, Mike, that Sam and I were like, why is it always him and never David Bailey?
But I don't understand why, again, just why do you guys care about what the quote consensus is of a bunch of media people?
No.
This is just trying to simulate how the draft is going to go.
Well, and so, okay, that's a fair question because I don't at all. But when you say the
consensus, though, what is the consensus of?
Well, you're kind of going, do they know something that I don't know? Is there information out there that I don't have?
Who are the people? It's media. Why do you care?
Well, I mean, there are certain media members I do care about because of the ways that they're doing research.
But
there are evaluators now. Everything's muddy now. I mean, everyone that is like some type of content creator is doing it through a specific niche lens of sometimes expertise and sometimes nothing.
What do they? I mean, when you take 30 different people and meld it together and say the consensus of these media people is. I'm not trying to denigrate them because they have a job to do and they're very good at it. Some of them have more information than others. I did it for 100 years. I'm doing it again now.
Yeah.
So I get it. But my point is every team's got their own board. Every team has their own internal conversations. Every team's going to come to the bottom line of who they think is better, regardless of what any of those external sources say. So why do you care what the external sources said 3 months ago versus today?
So I think as a data scientist, there's certain before you start a project with data, we always try to define the knowns and the unknowns. Ideally, we would like to know exactly what all 32 teams think. Unfortunately, the only thing that's public is what the media is saying. The only way we can try to gain information about what any of these teams have is the public stuff. And then also with respect to trying to predict where to trade, where I can draft, who's going to be available, so forth and so on, having 1,000 mock drafts from across spheres of people who are covering the team and in the building every single day, people that are national and may have a higher knowledge of the ownership or something like that. All of it's trying to predict what will happen with the goal of trying to make a trade back, trying to make a trade up, trying to realize who's going to go where. And so it's just trying to take as much advantage of what is available versus what isn't.
And that's fair. Okay. I think I pushed you down that rabbit hole. I think what we have to do is pay some respect to the kid now.
Definitely. Let's do it.
Just got drafted. And let me tell you a little bit about him. Okay. Stanford for 22, 23, 24, transferred to Texas Tech that paid more money than anybody else along their defensive line. Mm-hmm. And that helped propel them into the playoffs. This kid had 19 and a half tackles for loss, 14 and a half sacks, and 3 forced fumbles this year. So on the one hand, this guy is a high ceiling guy, as Lindsay said, high ceiling. Production this year was outstanding. He's the most ready-made pass rusher in this class, without a doubt, in my opinion. Now, that's the upside. Where I would argue a tiny bit is I don't know if he's as high a floor guy as a lot of people think. Like if you watch the Stanford tape, which I did, he wasn't even on the field on a lot of rundowns because his urgency against the run was questionable. And he didn't have anywhere near the pass production at Stanford as he did last year. And I feel like it got better and better as the year went on. They got bigger games. He showed up larger and larger on that big stage. And my question is he going to bring it every day of the year for every snap of every play, regardless of what it is? And again, he is the best high-level pass rusher in this particular draft.
Data agrees. Had a certified blue chip pressure rate. The question becomes, is Romello Height had a blue chip pressure rate as well? Lee Hunter had a blue chip pressure rate as well. They all had excellent tackle for loss rates. Was it a product of the system? Or was it a product of Bailey? The data started liking him in terms of his snap by snap production about 2 years ago at Stanford. They really liked him last year. That's why he gets the highly paid. Crazy to say highly paid, by the way, in college. I wish I could have get
right. That's so
look.
True.
I mean, I was just a special teamer, but I wish I could have been.
What would you have been driving back in the day if they were paying?
Man, that's a good question. I certainly would have been.
Would have gone into like he would have been putting it into the stock market.
Oh no, I would have been eating at some seriously nice restaurants.
So I went up to the Notre Dame Boston College game last year. Met about 10 of my college teammates. Remember, I'm 100 years old, and we were all talking about NIL and the portal. And we went around the table after a couple of beers at the Brookline pub. And we decided what each one of our teammates' car would have been. You know, a couple linemen got big trucks. The quarterback got a Lamborghini because that's the, we were having a blast. We just, but I can't even imagine getting paid. Like it's just, we're in a different world today, folks. We really are.
By the way, the Cardinals pick is in.
Okay.
They didn't take that long. I mean, the clock is shorter also this year.
And
8 minutes.
Yeah, down to 8 minutes from 10.
Remember also, again, the media was saying or leaking out that they wanted to get off this pick. They wanted to trade back. So it seems as if I don't know.
Typically
Typically we'd hear from Rappaport, right, or Schefter, and be like, I believe there's a trade going. Maybe that's not going to happen at 3, and we're just going to get the news broken to us by Roger Goodell. But
I think teams 3 through 7, and maybe even New Orleans at 8, but 3 through 7, I believe, would be happy to move down given the right package. Maybe not the Giants that already have 5 and 10.
Yeah.
But what I would tell you is, because I lived it, you can talk about trading down and you might desperately want to, but you got to have a partner or it really doesn't matter. And all the fans just think, oh, you moved down. I couldn't wait to get out of the 4th pick in 2019 and I couldn't move up or back.
Okay. So one word, who's the pick? Is it Reese? Is it Love? Is it O-line?
I think it's going to be our Jeremiah Love.
There we go.
Wow.
So
okay,
let it start, especially with this team. This is an interesting team for him to go to.
Is it?
Yeah, I love the pick. As you know, I would.
Okay. Okay, so they don't have a quarterback. I mean, they have Jacoby Brissett. They might be drafting Ty Simpson later, I suppose.
So let me ask a hypothetical. If they came out of this draft with Jeremiah Love at 3 and traded back into the first round between 26 and 32 and got Ty Simpson, do you think there'd be excitement in the building?
There'd definitely be excitement in the building.
Now, the analytics people wouldn't be happy.
The analytics people would be fine with the quarterback, I think. The analytics people lost this battle, in my opinion.
The bottom line with this kid, and I don't want to overdo it because we just spent 10 minutes on this
but
conversation.
We're going to be done.
And look, I'm happy to celebrate him as a Notre Dame alum and as a guy who really liked his prospect profile as well. But I'll let you continue going.
He's an elite difference maker, or you don't make this move. He's not just a guy. He's not just going to. And I do believe that it's important to pair him with another back, especially years 1 and 2. He can play 3 downs. I'm not saying he's a first, second, or third. He can play all 3 downs, but he can't have 35 touches, and you can't beat him up all game long with pass protection. You've got to find ways to get him the rock. What's wrong, Lindsay?
You're going to put him in a committee after taking him at 3?
Stop. What's Jahmyr Gibbs do? He shared the load with David Montgomery. What does Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson do? They share the load.
Well, Tyler Algier coincidentally is in Arizona.
I know he is, but but that's my point. You give him 15, 18 touches as a rookie, and you build it up, and those are going to be quality touches, just like they were for Gibbs and all that. So I don't believe you give him 25 touches year 1. Lindsay, I think you disagree.
So in that case, you think the sheer investment in this player is for his explosive play rate, that he can bring 3 to 4 explosive plays that they were not going to get from anybody else in this draft and in free agency. That's the bet they're making for the next 3 years, or at least for the next 2 years. Now,
look, I think more and more NFL teams now are multiple tight ends. There's more fullbacks back in the game, and the reason is that we're returning somewhat to run game is because the defenses have gotten smaller and smaller to attack the spread offenses. So the smart offensive coordinators and organizations are getting bigger again and running the ball more. Okay. And you can look at the Rams last year with the multiple tight ends and their 2-pronged running back attack. But it's the same net result. The year the Eagles won the Super Bowl, the best running teams in the league were the best teams in the league that year. So I think we're seeing a little bit of a difference here. And if they want to get in, they don't even have a quarterback, was Lindsay's point. They better be able to run the ball. And he's the guy that's got a better opportunity. He and Marvin Harrison have a better opportunity than anybody on that team for explosive plays.
This is just such an interesting move.
And the difference between a rushing explosive play and a passing explosive play is so many yards. So,
well, if you're just like looking at it as 20 yards, but like,
well, I'm saying
here's the
average
I'll
production
push back is like the teams that are the most effective right now are passing a lot over expected. You think of the Kansas City Chiefs, almost always top 4 or 5 in pass rate over expected, even when Mahomes was hurt. Now, obviously they weren't winning a ton of games, but that's the case there because, the old Bill Polian rule. If QB1 goes down, we're
Yes.
Blanked.
Yeah.
You look at what truly was going on with the Rams, in my opinion, and I thought it was actually the flip. They were getting into those heavy personnel sets
And
so that
throwing
they
out
could
of it.
pass the ball.
Because Puka was getting beat up, and by the way, Puka has been beat up and Puka blocks, and Puka does everything for that team. He blocks, he catches, he runs. They've got another wide out that's 33 years old, Devontae Adams. So there has to be some answers. And McVay, who's a very smart offensive guy, used that rookie from Oregon, the tight end, did a heck of a job. He used 12 and 13, Terrence Ferguson, 12 and 13 personnel, more than anybody in the league, and that became an expanded version of their pass offense. But they still run the football effectively and efficiently.
Let's celebrate Jeremiah Love before this pick comes in. He was a 10 playmaker. That means like the explosive play rate was in like the top first percentile, 99th percentile in generating explosive plays over expected. The dude breaks tackles. He contributes in the passing game. And so the question for Jeremiah Love is, can he be Sean Payton called it a joker, I believe. Can he be the Alvin Kamara, 20%, 25%, 30% potentially, if we want to go off the rails and talk about Christian McCaffrey level target share guy? I think then that's, in order for this pick to be worth it, I need to see Jeremiah Love in his second or third year have a 25% target share, be in the top 10 to 15 of expected points added per rush, and be getting I need him in the top 5 in explosive play rate. That's what's going to make this pick worth it. If he can do it, more power to him.
And if they bring in players to complement him, just like they need to bring in a quarterback and they need a pass game, it all works together. It's not just about whether or not he's going to have all those numbers in year 3.
Well, that is, again, Carnell Tate is the 4th overall pick. The first wide receiver off the board is Carnell Tate. I'm like over past. No, actually, I got the first 2 right. But wow, over at 3 and 4 at this point.
So can I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
Mike, let the run begin.
Of the wideouts?
Of the wideouts. It starts faster than I guess we thought it was, especially faster than we thought it was a week ago.
Well, I think what's intriguing is who the next one might be, because, I'm a huge Mekhi Lemon fan. However, I recognize the talent level of Tyson. So once Tyson ran last week or the week before, showed that his hamstring was okay, there's a conversation in draft rooms right now or leading up to this night about Jordan Tyson. Where do we feel comfortable taking him? And it's less about the hamstring and more about the volume of injuries and the number of practice days lost during his time at Arizona State, which they actually track these days. Practice days lost. So I'm interested to see who goes next, whether it's Tyson because of the high ceiling talent rate, or whether it's Mekhi Lemon, who I think is more of a Puka Nacua type receiver.
Mike, quick question. Wife beater on draft day. What are your thoughts?
Let's change that phrase. The white tank top.
White tank top. Sorry, excuse me.
What did you say?
He's wearing the Hanes tank top on, you see?
Oh my goodness.
We're going to bring Lee out, your daughter, to do the fashion.
I'm really happy I didn't say that. But the fact that he's got a jacket over it, I think makes it okay. If he shed the jacket and sprinted out, it'd be another thing.
You say you're 100 years old. Sometimes I use the wrong term.
The Giants pick is in. This thing is moving so fast. I have one question about Carnell Tate.
Yes.
Carnell Tate, as the top receiver in this draft, was the number 2 receiver on his college team. Now, I know that he had a really good wide receiver that he shared the field with there at Ohio State. So you could argue that away. But because he had him on the field, I think it for me made it tougher to project. I think like his target share was 16%. That's one of the lowest of the top wide receivers that are in this year's draft. So he didn't get the ball that much. Again, Jeremiah Smith's on the field, and so that's part of the reason why. His route tree was he ran 2 routes, were 50% of his routes. So we didn't see him do like some of the other wide receivers in this draft. Very, very versatile route tree. We've seen them at every depth of the field. We've seen them run all of these different routes. We've seen them do that successfully. I think my question with Carnell Tate is, what do you see from him that makes you sure that he can go be a high-end wide receiver in the NFL based on what you saw?
He had a role at Ohio State, and the role was the particular routes that he ran, okay? If you look at their situation, their wide receiver coach was a guy named Brian Hartline, Okay, one of the best assistant coaches I've ever seen in my life at teaching. And if you look at what Ohio State has done with wide receivers over the last 5 or 6 years, it's a direct result of 2 things. They get 4- and 5-star recruits, number one, but they also have a teacher that brings them out, and Brian Hartline played in the NFL at that position. They have a coach that makes them ready. Now you start looking at the names. Who were they? Garrett Wilson, Olave, Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
He's next. Jeremiah Smith is next. And so what I would tell you is that he is already proficient at more of those routes than you think he is, number one. He's wonderful at level 2 and 3. Okay? Level 2 and 3, he can separate and he can play way above the rim. And I think he's going to have a big impact this year. And I love the fact that Tennessee now has paired him with a young quarterback. Mm-hmm. To your guys' point, yep. You guys, I would guess, the analytics side says if he's a high-level wideout, let's pair him before we pair a Jeremiah Love.
Absolutely.
And we'll never know who they were going to take.
Right.
And they're going to say that was their guy all along. But at the end of the day, the analytics community is all in on a high-level wideout.
Yeah.
Right?
I would definitely argue that Carnell Tate, assuming that he plays well in the NFL, is much more beneficial to the franchise as a whole because it's beneficial to Cam Ward and it helps them get an evaluation on Cam Ward by the time that they need to get an evaluation on him. Protection, wide receivers.
Yep.
Those would be my number one priorities for him.
The first line in my mock draft on this pick was, this is the year of Cam Ward. This has to be the year of Cam Ward. And this is a move in that direction. My fear is everyone says, Carnell Tate, it's going to be just like Emeka Egbuka. You look at Emeka Egbuka, 25% target share.
Wait, why would it be like Emeka Egbuka?
Because he was the second option.
Okay.
Jeremiah Smith was the first option. Tate was the second option. Egbuka was the second option. Egbuka still had a massive amount of target share that we just didn't see Tate have. That being said, Tate was a lot more efficient than really anyone else. And
Egbuka was an inside-out guy, mm-hmm. which, there's a built-in versatility there, whereas Carnell Tate was a 26% go route guy. It was goes and curls, And so for me, that's what I think what you're saying makes sense, Mike. And
he's going to be fine. And keep in mind when he got there in 23, Jackson Smith and Jigba was there. Keep in mind, so was Marvin Harrison for 2 years.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden Jeremiah Smith shows up. The talent level's off the charts. This kid is legit. And the only question I have about him is if you put the Penn State film on, Penn State had he had 5 catches for 120 on 5 targets, which sounds outstanding. But if you watch the whole tape, not just targets, you watch the whole friggin' tape, when they had 2 press corners playing a lot that game in press, aggressive press. He had a little trouble getting off aggressive press. He's a longer, leaner guy. And in the NFL, that's the first question they're going to ask. Okay, can he get off the line of scrimmage? We get in the face and jab him. So he's going to have to work on his releases, getting better at that. I think he will. And again, because of Brian Hartline, the kid knows what he's doing. He knows how to attack defense.
I think I'm really interested in this because they added Wan'Dale Robinson as well, who's an extremely weird high target share, low average depth of target guys. I think they're going to try to attack all 3 levels of the field. Adding Carnell Tate unlocks that Cam Ward wing it down the field gunslinger ball that we weren't able to see from him last year. This proves to me that the Titans think that was because they just didn't have the horses to do so. So now you got Calvin Ridley in the middle. You got Wan'Dale Robinson in the slot on the low portions of the field. You had Carnell Tate to take the top off. I think this is a really interesting move, really good move. Did not think they were going to make it, but I'm glad they did.
Yeah, and they might not have.
Exactly.
Had Jeremiah Love not gone at 3.
So Giants are on, right?
Yep, Giants are on the clock. The pick is in. It was in through an entire commercial break. So here comes Roger Goodell.
They got 5 and 10. Keep in mind, they're going to take at 5 who they think they have to.
Exactly.
And so that at 10, there's so if depending, look, they could go best defensive player on their board. Keep in mind, Arvell Reese is there. Sonny Styles is there. Delane is there. Do they take the chance that Delane is still there at 10? Do they go offense at 5? So the way they go here at 5 will probably dictate what happens at 10 also.
This has become a serious game theory pick is what you're trying to say. There's a lot of if.
I'm predicting wide receiver here for the reasons that you said. Because they're going to pick again at 10.
Right.
There are teams between here and 10 that I think will probably take
if they like
third
Caleb Downs, for instance, they'll probably go offense here and hope they get Caleb Downs at 10. But again, Reese and Styles won't be there at 10.
Correct.
Right.
Is there a huge difference between Reese and Styles if those are the two guys that you're looking at? Like in terms of how they would use those two guys? Because you could argue the Giants actually don't need an edge.
They have three really good edge rushers. They could take him and move Thibodeau for a draft pick in this draft. Arvell Reese, there it is. So I know, and here again, I got the two freaking analytics people to my left shaking their heads and not liking the pick. Yes, you are.
I'm conceding all positional value for the rest of this draft.
And what's happening here is that, so let's take Arvell Reese and how are they going to use him with the Giants, right? Denard Wilson's going to have a blast. And the way I look at this kid is he played 3 different positions in every game. He played off the ball linebacker at a high level. If he was only just an off the ball linebacker, he'd be a first round pick. He could play 34 outside linebacker all game long at a high level, or he could play joker, which I love, moving up and down the line of scrimmage, off the ball, playing games with defensive linemen in stunts and games. So the way Matt Patricia used this kid was off the charts. I can't wait to see what Denard Wilson does, keeping in mind the comp of Micah Parsons, for instance. He's not as good a pass rusher today as Micah Parsons was coming out. He is not as good a pass rusher as David Bailey today coming out. Does he have an upside as a significant high-level pass rusher? Yes, he does. But I love the hybrid move of him playing all over and being effective on all 3 downs. He's a different kind of player. We're getting a more athletic off-the-ball linebacker coming out of college football the last 3 or 4 years.
So just to close this off, because I think there's some news that is breaking. I believe this is a move to play him at true edge, in my personal opinion. I think if they would have wanted a true linebacker, they would have gone Sonny Styles. And given there's not a if, and, or, but, unless you want to say Reese or Bain, this is a shot for an all-pro guy. And I actually do. I would say at this selection, given what's happened with the board, I actually do like this pick. They are saying, I think we can get an all-pro edge rusher with Arvell Reese. We think that Bain doesn't necessarily have the ceiling. And
I'm not saying he's going to be an off the ball. I'm just saying he's outstanding as an off the ball linebacker. His value is going to be on 3rd down. Yeah. And I do think we have to get to the news. Go ahead, Linz.
So the news is that the Chiefs have traded into the 6 hole with Cleveland. So Cleveland has moved out and the Chiefs are in. Why do we think the Chiefs would move to 6, Mike?
It's one of 2 things. So it's either Mansour Delane, because remember, they lost really 3 corners.
All of their corners.
They lost all of their corners.
Mostly to the Rams.
And the Rams gave up pick number 29 to get not Watkins. Come on, help me here.
McDuffie.
Trent McDuffie.
Yep.
So they signed Watkins and McDuffie. So they've got to backfill that corner room. So it's either Delane or, as you look at that Kansas City team, is it a tackle or a wideout? Because Patrick Mahomes got beat up. I don't like the wide receiver room, to be really honest with you, what they have right now with their wideouts. So I think it's either going to be a Jordan Tyson, who I think is really an Andy Reid type of pick with that talent level. Jordan Tyson or Mekhi Lemon against an offensive lineman like Maui Noah or Freeling. What do you think?
This is really interesting. I think that this has to be a move for Jordan Tyson, in my opinion. Do I believe it should be Jordan Tyson? We can discuss that at a later date, but I think this has to be a move for a wide receiver, because I think Tate goes a pick or 2 higher, or pick or 3 really higher than expected. That now the team that was expecting to pick Jordan Tyson, allegedly, again, like you said, Mike, the media is what it is. But a lot of people expected Tyson to go with that 5th pick. You just can't hold on and wait for New Orleans to potentially pick him,
right,
or Washington, who only has Terry McLaurin, to potentially pick him. And so now they're in a spot where they got to jump up to go get a wide receiver if they believe he's the best player on the board.
Did you see the haul?
Yeah.
So they were at 9
to 6.
Move to 6. They flipped the firsts, 9 and 6, give up a 3rd and a 5th.
So
I wish I had my board in front of my draft board.
Looking at the numbers, pick 6 for pick 9, 74 and 148. This ends up being, in terms of this was considered honestly pretty close on the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, which is more developed about how to model trades. If you look at a corollary, which looks at trades, it was a late 4th. By the more analytical values, of course, it's a knockout the ballpark for the Browns, which is why the Browns did it to a certain degree. Wow. Okay.
Told you.
Mansour Delane.
So Mansour Delane.
Told you.
Well, and the reasons that you talked about make so much sense. If you think that there's a drop off, if there's a tier, and then the only other guy who is maybe in the conversation of being on his tier has an injury that sort of takes him out of that tier.
We talked about this in the pregame show.
Yeah.
The 2 premier corners were Mansour Delane and Jermod McCoy. In my opinion, having talked around the league, McCoy's knee medical situation is going to drop him out of the 1st round.
Right.
Therefore, Delane becomes even more valuable. And if you need a corner, you better go get him. And Brett Veach and Andy Reid have never been bashful. They moved up to, I believe it was 10 to get Patrick Mahomes from, I think, 29, 30, 31, somewhere in there when Patrick Mahomes was coming out in the draft. If they think they need somebody, they're not afraid to go up and get them. And I think that's fantastic for their defense. And then they're going to have to come back around to 29, and they're going to have to help Patrick Mahomes with a tackle, wide receiver need.
So what's clear to me as we're just like describing the draft is that seemingly Washington was probably interested in buffering their cornerbacks, which have struggled. I mean, they tried to solve it with Marshawn Lattimore, didn't necessarily work. Dan Quinn and Durante Jones seem to have been going after cornerback. You can see on our screen right now, we labeled cornerback as a need, and KC felt it had to jump. So we have this weird 3-ish, 2-ish transaction thing where they don't want to pay McDuffie. They trade McDuffie for a big haul. Then they use some of that, or they use some of their draft capital to go get Mansour Delane. Interesting way of it, but KC tends to believe, they've done this twice now, that the cornerbacks are good for their rookie contract, and then you move on and you get other ones, which is, they're really the only team I think that is taking that approach. In the data, it's very difficult to predict year-to-year coverage, but typically you want to keep them in the building because they're so hard to go get. KC seems to have a very interesting philosophy for this, and they enact it today.
I would tell you another reason for that. And I go back to the football, obviously, all the time. And I'm looking at my list of my first 6 players, 5 of them are gone. From a football perspective, I don't put in any of what you guys do.
Yeah.
The only one out there is Sonny Styles. So the one that I had Tate later, but my point is, Andy Reid trusts Steve Spagnuolo, his defensive coordinator, like you can't believe. And Spags was an old D-back coach. And Spags understands, okay, tough luck. I'm losing an all-pro corner who's 26 years old to the Rams. I know a lot of coaches that would cry about that from here to infinity. Yet now Andy gives him a 22-year-old kid and says, develop him. And Spags will do it. I love that. And it's scouting and coaching coming together at a high level to make a plan come together. And I think that's why Kansas City has been so good for so long. Brett Veach, Andy Reid, and trusting on both sides of the building.
This is maybe one of the earlier picks that we've seen in recent years that's going to a team that's going to have a shot right away. I mean, like, if you think of like picking 6th, that's probably not true. I'm sure there have been other teams for trade purposes that have picked really high that are also positioned well. But the Chiefs coming off a weird down year that you just kind of have to think of as being an anomaly, and that they'll fix that quickly. And they're always going to at least be in the conversation because they have Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So the 6th overall pick, possibly goes to a team that's going to be in the playoff.
It could be back in the thick of it again.
100%.
And as far as Delane is concerned, because the Washington pick is already in.
This is moving way too fast, by the way. And for purposes of this show, I realize from a viewership standpoint, this is great that these are moving too fast. I'm sorry, are moving so fast. For purposes of me, this is going way too fast. We have no time to talk about any of this stuff.
Look, Mansour Delane, 40 starts, 8 interceptions, 4 forced fumbles, 27 passes broken up. That tells you he's been around the football every game he's ever played in.
Yep.
He is, the quote is sticky, and he is sticky. He made big plays at the end of games. I look at Clemson and South Carolina. So I'm all in on that pick with KC. I love it.
Yeah, excellent in press coverage. The stats that matter, yards per coverage snap and target rate, both incredible for Mansour Delane. I think that's why he's clearly at the top of this cornerback class, and that's why the Chiefs go up and make a trade. Just a quick note, trade. Last time 6 was traded, it was the Cardinals trading up for Parrish Johnson. The Lions then went and got Jahmyr Gibbs. On the back half of that, the Browns got substantially more draft capital as it pertains to the draft curves than that trade, which is not shocking because they're the Browns and they are an analytical franchise.
So let's flip to Washington here. Their pick is already in.
It is Sonny Styles. Your board is crushing right now, by the way, just like crossing them off in order.
Yeah.
That's what I do, Lindsay.
No, and I think I'm just trying to make a point that I'm fascinated by the analytics conversation. I sense some frustration from my young guy over here.
Oh, no, this is
a little bit. No, I know you take so much pride in it, and I'm not giving you any abuse. I mean, what I'm seeing reiterated here is that the pure scouting piece of it, I think every building takes into consideration everything the analytics people tell them. Mm-hmm. And I think it's really critical information. But I think it shouldn't be, and this is my own opinion, it shouldn't ultimately be the driver. I think the driver has to be the tape at the end of the day. And Washington, this kid, Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
He is another guy. What Linz?
The Saints pick is in. Like, no one's taking any time. Can someone just do me a solid and take like 5 minutes of your clock?
I was on a call with the defense coordinator last week, and he said, "Have you stood next to Sonny Styles?" And I was like, "No." He said, "Mike, he's 6'5", he's 244. He is a grown man." He said he's the best off-the-ball linebacker I've seen in 20 years coming out. And I watched this kid's tape for 3 years. In 23, he was a boundary safety, and a dime linebacker. 24, they moved him to linebacker. And this year, Matt Patricia's system, and I bring up Matt because Matt's really good at what he does, especially if you're an NFL scout or coach, because you know what he's doing and why he's doing it. Okay? So the analytics people say, why do you take an off-the-ball linebacker at 7? Like, again, that's the same thing as a running back, right, Sam?
The high end is substantially higher for linebackers. Like, when you get to the Roquan Smiths and the Fred Warners, they're paid extremely high, so you can get surplus value. The question is supply and demand. Is Sonny Styles going to be reasonably better than the old player that you can pick up for $8 to $9 million, which is about what Sonny Styles will end up getting paid? The Washington Commanders have done this. They went and got Bobby Wagner. He was an all-pro. They went and got Frankie Louvu at a discount. He's been excellent for them. We saw guys like Caden Ellis come off the board, come off free agency this year. And can Sonny Styles realistically be better than any of those guys for the free agency heap? I think it's really, really difficult to say that's the case.
But there's value plus to Sonny Styles. He's not just an off-the-ball linebacker. He's at 6'5", 244, a guy that covers like a safety, and with development will be able to be your third down joker package. He's going to be able to blitz A-gap, come off at the 9 technique out wide. He's going to be able to play games with your defensive end and tackle. He is a value plus third down guy. And again, would you admit the third down's a big down in the NFL?
Third down is a huge down.
And this kid's going to play in as he gets older and becomes more and more a veteran, 2 years, 3 years in, he's going to run the entire defense And he's going to be on every third down. He's not coming off the field. He might come off the edge. He might come off with twist and stunt with a defensive end. He might be covering a tight end 30 yards down the field on a seam route and cover 2 and pick it off. At the end of the day, I look at that and say, oh my God, there's value there.
Here's what I'd say. And you know, scouting side, data science side, we're trying to bring different things to make the team the best. So you say that, and I say, I totally agree. We had Bobby Wagner, we got to replace him. Or Durante Jones. We had Eric Wilson, we got to have a guy like Eric Wilson and Blake Cashman. The problem is the way Eric Wilson came from the ether. I mean, like Eric Wilson came off of waivers, and Bobby Wagner came in free agency. So we just have to realize the different tools that we have for roster building and where the best guys are getting acquired. And overwhelmingly at the linebacker position, it is coming from free agency. And so if I'm going to pay a guy a ton of money to come play for us, I'd rather spend it on a guy that I have seen play in the NFL and I've seen be an all-pro level player than a young cat who, for better or worse, we've never seen against NFL talent.
I mean, you're the poster boy for that is Bobby Wagner or the guy from the Eagles, Bond.
Another great example of a guy who just came
out of nowhere, out of the ether.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather go with an inexpensive 21-year-old whose upside is through the roof, who I've seen.
But he's not inexpensive. He's not inexpensive.
By your definition,
the highest paid linebackers.
I don't care. He's going to be, when he signs his next contract, the linebacker position doesn't pay as high as the other positions, and it's going to change dramatically what he compared to taking a tackle or a wideout in the same slot. But your wideout's going to get paid $50 million if he's any good coming out in the next one. My guy, Sonny's only going to be paid how much as a linebacker?
He's going to get probably paid at maximum $20 million. It's going to be $9 million. But then you like the reason why the tackles, the wide receivers are going to get paid so much on the back end is because they're providing that system changing value.
No, it's supply and demand. It's supply and demand. It's elite players. And again, the first 10 players are elite players. I don't think your value system comes into play quite as much there. We get into the second round and we talk about Jadarian Price at running back. I'm all in. Look, we can get a bunch of guys. John Schneider doesn't necessarily got to take him at 32. I get that. Let's go get a guy in the second or third or fourth round, and let's get a guy at a different. I get that. I'm good, but not these guys.
Did you have any wide receivers graded the same as Sonny Styles at the same level?
Did I have any wideouts graded at the same level?
Or any tackles?
I had Sonny Styles the second best player in the draft.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And so like you got to go with the board, you got to go with the scouting grades. I'm just saying.
And I got Lemon coming up at number 9.
Sumer has a linebacker with the same grade.
Who? Jacob Rodriguez?
Oh gosh, no.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what
CJ Allen.
We have him at the same grade?
I don't.
Yeah.
I've got CJ Allen as my 4th linebacker.
So,
but there's another question. Like Anthony Hill, Jacob Rodriguez, CJ Allen, I have as really good, solid second-round linebackers. Would you take them over Sonny Styles at number 7?
I may take Mekhi Lemon, who I love. I may take Mekhi Lemon at this pick because I know I can get Jacob Rodriguez on the back end.
No, that's fair.
And we love some Jacob Rodriguez here. But by the way, they're like, so from a scouting grade standpoint, we've got like 10 guys in that next tier, right? So in terms of like scouting grade tiers, if you're just looking at the drop off, there's like 10 guys all with kind of the same grade in that next tier.
But that's kind of my point. He's an elite guy to me.
And I guess like looking at the full picture, the reason why I stick on like I would have taken wide receiver here is because I could have used the money that I saved over the next 3 years to just pay linebackers that I'm sure are going to be all pro level players because they hit the market.
Is it possible that they would have done that had one of the other wide receivers been available? Maybe they just don't like Mekhi Lemon for their specific offense.
Is New Orleans going to take a wideout? The selection is.
Oh, that's right. We were talking about Commanders. I'm already flipping ahead.
Yeah, is New Orleans taking a wideout? And that's kind of where I am.
Yep.
Is it a Mekhi Lemon? If you remember, you've got Olave, and after that, not a whole lot for a young quarterback, Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
Right.
And ironically, I said the run starts at 4. We haven't seen a wide receiver come off the board. I thought it was going to be bang, 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 back to back to back wide receivers as a result.
We haven't seen a tackle either.
That's true.
So the commissioner's up there. Pick is in.
Jordan Tyson.
Yeah, wide receiver.
Yep. I'm going to let's just talk about the player first, okay?
Yeah.
This is an acrobat. This is an athlete. He plays way above the rim. He's got incredible separation tools at 6'2", 203. He isn't even 22 years old yet. His tape in 24 was better than his tape in 25. It was an injury-free year until his last game where he broke his collarbone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought the body of that tape screamed top 10 pick all day long. Screamed.
Mhm.
Okay. The only thing against him are the injuries, the durability factor.
Yeah.
Now, there's an interesting conversation going on at the NFL right now because of the portal and the payment of players and older players coming out. Okay. Now, he's not an older player. He's not even 22 yet. However, the conversation is about his volume of injuries. He had an ACL early in his career. He had a collarbone where he missed all of spring ball, came back. And then this year he missed 2 or 3 games with a hammy. So they're saying, we love his upside, but are we going to be dealing with this stuff every year?
Right.
And they don't only look at the major injuries, they look at what happened with missed practices. And trust me, NFL coaches and teams don't like players in the locker room during practice. They want them out in the practice field. So that was the conversation with this kid is how high do you go up? And I love the pick because Tyler Shuck they need a dynamic offensive player to help Tyler Shuck and Chris Olave out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Love the pick. And he could have taken him or Lemon, and I would stand up, take my hat off, and applaud.
Yep.
Are we finally in agreement?
We're in agreement.
Nice.
We're in agreement.
Nice.
Okay. So
Nice.
a couple things about Jordan Tyson that are interesting analytically. We see these guys, and I like to call them board fallers, especially now that we're in a situation where there's NIL and, I don't want to say people go into business for themselves, but like Sam Levitt is not on that Arizona State team anymore. He is at LSU now. And so Tyson, I thought had a very similar profile. I don't know what the off the field stuff was as Luther Burden, where 2 years ago, Luther Burden was certifiably a top 5 pick for the whole year. And then around midseason, Brady Cook doesn't play as well for Missouri. And all of a sudden, Luther Burden becomes a 2nd-round pick out of nowhere, despite he continuing to play pretty well, all things considered. I think Jordan Tyson was in a very interesting scenario where that Arizona State team, there was a lot of press conferences with their head coach saying that weren't where they needed to be. They weren't where they needed to be. Stuff was going on. Guys were going into business for themselves. Very expressive press conferences. The system around him wasn't as great, but he was still playing pretty well. This is still a 25% target share guy, over 2.5 yards per route run. Still analytically a very good guy. The only item that I would note, though, is up until this week, and again, we're talking about the consensus, we're talking about the public, we're talking about analyzing it. This was a guy who people didn't really consider to be a top 15 player. If you look at mock drafts, you look at big boards, he was like right around the 15th best player. He's now all of a sudden discussed in the 5th to 8th.
I disagree that was why. I think people were hearing the injury stuff and factoring in the injuries, because I think if you look at just his talent profile, ideal size and speed, versatile route tree, top 15% volume at every single depth of the field. He's versatile. He's 75% out wide, but 25% slot. So you can move him around and, do all of this stuff to keep defenses guessing about where he's going to be. I think the primary concern, and a valid concern, is the availability part of his ability. And then you've got some teams that I think that is more harmful for, like the Jets and the Giants playing on MetLife, on that turf, and the number of injuries that come off of that. The Giants, who had the number of injuries that they had to their offensive playmakers last year. There are certain teams that are going we need a guy if we're going to draft a wide receiver who we know is going to be out there and out there consistently. And maybe that becomes a red flag that is harder for you to swallow if you've just had to deal with a ton of injury concerns.
The Cleveland pick is in.
The pick. Well,
So
of course it is, because the
so
second a
let's-
pick is made, the next
Well,
pick is
yeah,
made.
but I mean, we've got to foreshadow some of this. I mean,
Okay, what
so
do you think?
Cleveland trades
They
down,
moved back.
which I love because they knew the tackle wide receiver thing wasn't coming off the board quickly. So now they're sitting there, right? And if we're looking at tackles and wideouts,
They're
looking.
the tackles are.
What's that?
The tackles are all there.
They can have any tackle. Maui Noah, Freeling, Fano, any of those three, or they can have my guy, Mekhi Lemon.
Mekhi.
Either way, I think it's a home run for the Cleveland franchise. And that's why they made the move back.
Which tackle?
Well,
If it was the tackle.
I'm a Freeling guy.
I
but-
think that's why it may be a wide receiver. Now, happy to be wrong, but I think it may be a wide receiver because here's the drop right here. Spencer Fano. So they go ahead and go tackle.
See, I was going to say, I think it's tackle, not wide receiver, because we saw wide receivers come off in that run that they moved out of.
Yep.
So as soon as Jordan Tyson went, you knew it probably couldn't have been wide receiver, because what if the Saints had wanted Mekhi Lemon?
No, but Tyson wasn't off the board at that point when they moved down.
No, I understand. But are you saying we're good with any wide receiver?
Well,
Like, you probably have
Here's-
one that you like
Tate-
more
Tate
than
was-
others.
Yeah, Tate was the one off the board. So if they're, I don't know what it looked like in their room, but I'm saying at that point they had any tackle or the second or third wideout, correct? When they made
Right.
the trade.
Right.
So
Exactly.
the odds are outstanding for them.
Exactly.
Good trade.
So if they wanted Tyson, he was gone, and they get the number 1 overall tackle. Yeah,
Tell me about Spencer Fano.
Well, the thing I love about Fano, he was a 3-year player, another young guy, fairly healthy. His first year he played left tackle. The next 2 years he played right tackle. I called him a point of attack player. If he was lined up on the right side, they were running there. If he was lined up as a tight end unbalanced on the left side, it was coming there. All the zone offensive teams are going to love him, because if you line him up at right tackle, he'll be just as fast in the fourth quarter as he is in the first quarter. Freaking guy can run all day long. He looks like a tight end when he moves. And the thing I loved about him at the combine, people were talking about his short arms. And instead of him complaining about all that, they asked him to take some snaps at center. He said, yes, sir. Went right over, took some snaps. He can play, in my opinion, all 5 positions on the offensive line if the short arms become a problem, and he'll be a high-level, effective NFL player.
And the Giants select Francis Maui Noah.
So now these picks are going quick, man.
They're going so fast.
So I think to set up Maui Noah as well, what I'm looking at, obviously Cleveland has their pick of the litter. They go, as Mike said, backs it up. In particular, they have quarterbacks in Sanders and Watson that have struggled with sack avoidance, pressure allowed, very low. He's a point of attack defender. The way we grade that in terms of analytics for Fano is if that player did really well on a play, did the play do well? He did. So now we go to Maui Noah, different player.
Yep.
More of a guy who was an inside zone. I'm going to get to the second level. I'm going to just clean out a gigantic subsection of the offense that shows up in the data when he is charted by our AI as getting to the next level. And as the play goes on, he continues to block, sustaining blocks. And you can see that up on the screen right now. And he also can pass that against a bunch of different things. The tackle run, the wide receivers are starting to come off the board. The tackles are starting to come off the board. This is the real chunk of this draft, don't you think, Mike?
42 consecutive starts at right tackle in his career. He'll turn 21 in June. He's only a 3-year junior at Miami. The one alert/note was from a medical perspective. He did have to go back for the medical recheck at the combine. He's got a herniated disc in his lower back, and that's not serious. The only thing it could be serious is the timing of it if it becomes symptomatic. Right now it's asymptomatic and it's good. They're going to have to make a decision. That was the Giants, right? That just took him. They're going to have to make a decision whether or not to have him have surgery tomorrow or as close as possible. It's a 3-month recovery, and then he'd be ready August 1st for training camp, or say, you're good right now, it's asymptomatic. We're going to wait to the end of the season, take a slight chance that it becomes symptomatic during the season. We'll wait to the offseason and do it then. But it's a minor thing. It's a normal thing. It's called a minor discectomy, and he'll be fine after it. So that's really the only alert. Outside of that, the kid is clean as can be. And if you look at Harbaugh and Joe Shane and the Giants right now at number 5, they got Arvell Reese, most people thought he was going 2 or 3, and then they ended up getting what most people thought was the number 1 tackle in the draft, Francis Mauigoa.
I'm loving their draft right now. And we talked a little bit about Reese.
I thought you weren't a Reese guy.
I wasn't at 2 when we had the top edge
Wait,
rusher
the
available.
difference between 2 and 5? You're all of a sudden you're a Reese guy at 5 and you weren't at 2?
If I'm selecting against David Bailey, I'm a David Bailey guy.
Dude, how can you be a Reese guy at 5 and not at 2? Or 2 and not at 5? I don't get it. They're like,
because you evaluate at each pick who's available. I thought that Reese versus
but the way
Bailey,
you talked about,
Bailey.
yeah, right. I'm good with that. I would have gone. I mean, Bailey's fine. I get the pick, but the way you talked about him, you're like, he's a hybrid. I can't give him enough.
As
I thought you had him like a 4th round pick, Arvell Reese. The way you
no. Just like looking at the consensus and comparing an edge rusher versus a hybrid.
I'm teasing you. Come on, man.
Well,
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not to interrupt this conversation, but it says that the Cowboys pick is in.
I thought I saw that too. And
is that a mistake because they haven't said trade?
Well, no, it would mean that either Miami missed their spot, which has happened before, especially with Minnesota in the past.
It says Miami at 12.
Then there was a pick. I mean, excuse me. Miami switched with Dallas. So Dallas moved up 1 pick, just like Philadelphia did a year ago from 32 to 3rd, or 2 years ago to get Jihad Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, explain this to me.
The reason you move up 1 pick is so that you're afraid another team is going to jump ahead of you to get that certain player. So everybody knows they need defense. Everybody in the world knows they've got to have defense. So who's the best defensive players available right now?
Ruben Bain,
Caleb
got Downs.
Yes. So to me, like, is Bain their guy as an edge? Is it Caleb Downs? It's probably going to be one of those 2 guys. One of those 2 guys are available that they didn't think was going to be available. And they said, we're going to go up 1 spot and make sure, because everybody knows they're in play for a defender.
Right.
And those 2 guys, Linz, are the 2 logicals.
Yeah. And an interesting subset of this trade is I thought I figured they were going to move up at some point because they had a cluster of very early picks in the first round. They had a cluster of mid-round picks that could be valuable in greasing a trade up. This trade, I believe, if I saw correctly, is basically 2 of those mid-round picks, 2 5th-round picks that they cluster together to go up 1 pick. Those 2 5th-round picks together, I think, ends up being a surplus of a 3rd or a 4th. You pay that premium to go get a guy who, like you said, Mike, isn't available.
You're worried somebody's going to jump you. And when the league knows your needs, then you're really at risk for somebody jumping ahead. And that's, I think Philly gave up a 4th round pick, and that's significant to give up a 4th round pick.
Just looking at the kind of linear items of who's picking next, I'm seeing the Rams, the Rams are a very good team. They're picking with the Falcons pick. They have a lot of free agents next year. Baltimore, Tampa Bay. So I'm just trying to figure out if we're saying we didn't think this guy was going to be available, then it's probably Caleb Downs. But I didn't really slot a lot of those teams in as really needing any of those guys. I guess you add the best player at this point. But
I think the way teams look at it is, remember we talked in the open about 6 defensive players probably gone in the first 12.
Yep.
I picked 12 for a reason. I picked 12 because Dallas was going to need defense.
That's right.
And to me, that was another inflection point where somebody might try to get ahead of Dallas if there was 1 or 2 of those guys left. That's why I picked that point. And this is what's going on right now. Dallas is very aware of that. And they're saying, we're not letting anybody come up. And there's 2 players there, 2 different positions, safety or edge, right? So they're even more at risk. So I have no problem with a team safeguarding a pick like that. Like they sweated it out. Their guys there, they said, forget it. We're going to get them.
Yeah. And confirmation from the crew, it ends up being about a 4th or 5th round surplus, 4th or 5th round player. You're talking about a guy who you'd hope makes the team, perhaps could be a special teams player.
And to your point, they had 3 5s. They had 3 5s when the night started. So to your point, I like the pick.
Yeah. So this makes a lot of sense. And Dallas also, for what it's worth, a scouting-based organization. They also have a massive analytics team led by John Park. So they have both sides. They hit on their first-round picks. That's what they do.
And I would tell you that They also, on the scouting side, if you're going to start naming names, on the scouting side, they've got a guy named Will McClay, who nobody ever talks about. He was really, really good, has turned down job interviews for GM jobs. I'm not sure why. And I don't mean this not trying to be a jerk. When they let Will do his thing, they draft really well. When they try to jump in with both feet and make a demonstrative move, that doesn't always work out well.
I think you could probably say that for a lot of teams, right?
Potentially.
All right. We've got Goodell at the podium announcing the pick.
Yep.
Caleb Downs.
And I've taken some hits out there publicly because I said, I love the kid. He's a first-round pick in any draft. He started at Alabama, transferred to Ohio State, started every game in his college career. Highly productive. He might be the best pure tackling safety I've seen in years. And I'm talking about A, knockback, power, toughness, and B, getting finesse guys on the ground in the open field, which is what safeties have to do. He's as good as anybody I've seen in years. The way they used him was creatively in the box. Mm-hmm. I would have liked to have seen more tape coming off a hash or deep middle. I would have liked to see more nickel tape where he's covering a high-level wideout in the slot. He's put together. He's 6 feet, 206. He's 21 years old. He's going to start the next 8 to 10 years and play at a high level. The point I made when I said I didn't think he was a top 10 pick, the reason I was making that point was because on Monday morning, when that offensive coordinator wakes up at 4 a.m. and he's got to start game planning, I'm not sure if he's game planning for Caleb Downs. I think Caleb Downs is going to be a hell of a player, but I don't see as many forced fumbles, interceptions, turning the ball over as maybe you'd like to see at that position. However, I didn't see him used that way.
Yeah, a few positional value notes here. The safety position in the past has typically been one that is not highly paid, so not a premium position. I think that's changing, in particular because their ability to play that nickelback position, to play the slot corner position. When we were modeling our wins above replacement, our Sumer value model several years ago, we kept running into this problem that really highly thought of slot cornerbacks had excess value. And at the time, the Mike McDonalds of the world and the idea we're going to play dime no matter what hadn't really popped up, and we thought we were wrong. Now, all of a sudden, who do we think of as extremely valuable players? Kyle Hamilton, Derwin James, Nick Emenwari, the slot corners with the Rams and the Jaguars. If he's able to properly be a box defender and a slot corner and a safety, we're getting to the middle of the round. I think this is an excellent pick. Again, Dallas nails first rounds. And I think this is another one where this could be the cornerstone of a defense, particularly given they have Christian Parker, who's now their defensive coordinator, who has played in the Fangio system. They're going to want to stop the run with 4. This is a guy who can slot in and do it extremely well.
Yeah. Looking at the team that is next up, not on the clock, because of course, obviously their pick is in it also. It's the Dolphins. Do we think that this might be a Mekhi Lemon landing spot?
I think they have to support their quarterback. They went out and they got Malik Willis, who I'm a big believer in. Like, I even go so far to say is in this draft this year, in this quarterback draft, would you rather have Malik Willis coming out knowing what he's done versus Fernando Mendoza? In all honesty, like, I might even go, I saw this kid play coming out of Liberty, and he's come so far as a 3rd-round pick at Tennessee, traded to Green Bay. Green Bay's very intentional with their quarterbacks. They develop them. This kid played well in the 6 or 7 games he played. You've got NFL tape on this kid. Like, I thought Hafley and John Eric Sullivan did a great job making sure that he came to Miami, and now you got to support this kid. What does that mean? O-line, wide receiver, tight end. In my opinion, you're looking at either a guy like Freeling, even a guy like Ioane, what you guys are going to yell at me about, or Mekhi Lemon. But it's going to be, in my opinion, I don't think it'll be Sadiq. I think it'll be Ioane, the guard from Penn State, Freeling, the tackle from Georgia, or Lemon, the wide out from USC. Where are you on this?
I tend to agree full-heartedly.
With all of it?
Wide receivers, tackles. Guards a little bit, Rich. I do think the interior offensive line position is very similar to the safety position, where we are starting to see it go higher and higher and higher because of the way defenses are attacking offensive line a little bit more. I still think the meat of this pick is probably a Mekhi Lemon, a Freeling. The only other thing I will note is
Ioane with Brewer would be very interesting.
Well, so they have Patrick
I'm
Paul,
not saying
that
I think that they do that. I think Freeling or Lemon, and I'm going Lemon.
Pick is in.
And it's none of the above. It's Caden Proctor.
Same
but
position.
Thought process.
Yeah,
same
thought
concept.
process is there. Here, let me give you the up and down at Proctor, because I've spent a lot of time watching this kid. I want you to think about Trent Brown or the kid that was in Philadelphia.
Becton.
Mekhi Becton. Thank you. Trent Brown and Mekhi Becton are both huge human beings. They're 6'7", 350, 360, 370. This kid is 6'7". That 352 you see on your screen, that's down from like 370 something to get to the combine. He's not even 21 years old. He started 3 years in a row. I think he's got the highest ceiling of any offensive tackle in this draft. He is a dancing bear. He's got great feet. He's got length. He's got everything you want, except he doesn't condition and he gets fat. So his discipline, his weight control, I've dealt with it. I dealt with Trent Brown. Trent Brown was an all-pro offensive tackle. Year 2, he came back at 408 pounds. So you're going to have to keep a close eye in the building. You're going to have to dedicate a lot of resources to working with this young man with nutrition and everything else, and he's got to stay disciplined, because if he does, he's going to become a dominant left tackle in the NFL.
It's really interesting shipping this Green Bay group down to Miami, because Green Bay has a way that they do things. And I'm thinking about what they were able to do when Malik Willis was in, and they almost ran like a wing T offense where people were pulling. There's people going all over the place. They're mixing in the Sean McVay style duos and inside zones. This is a bet that Caden Proctor can be a difference maker in a diverse scheme over the value of a Freeling, over the value of a Blake Miller. And I think that's why on clearly Miami's board, he goes higher. And I think this is a big bet on upside. And it shows that we're going to see a lot of diverse, really interesting stuff from the Packers-based brass from top to bottom. And I'm really excited to see, you have Patrick Paul now, you have Aaron Brewer, who's an excellent run blocker, and you have Caden Proctor. They're going to be able to pull the center. They're going to be able to do cool stuff with the tackle. I'm really excited to watch this run game this year.
Those are really good points. And if we had discussed the Packers group that was there, maybe we all should have known to move off of Mekhi Lemon in the first round.
Yeah.
Speaking of Mekhi Lemon,
yeah.
The Rams are at 13.
Yep. I mean,
did we just give Mekhi Lemon to the Rams?
Let me take a. Why are you laughing?
Because it's so them.
They were patient. They sat there. I don't think Les Snead, the GM, gets anywhere near the credit he should nationally.
I 100% agree.
He and McVay are on the same page. McVay gets a ton of credit, and justifiably, but I'm telling you, Les has been ahead of the curve for a lot of years.
He's incredible.
F them picks, all that kind of stuff. He wins a Super Bowl, and then what's he do with no first-round picks? He completely rebuilds on the run and has another Super Bowl team ready to go. And that's Les Snead. I'm telling you, folks, he's a different. Les Snead as a GM is a difference maker.
Howie and Les, to me, are the guys. We talk about Les a lot. So saying he doesn't get the credit, and I'm like, where are people where are people consuming their content? Because we do nothing but talk about him. I think he's incredible.
Well, let me ask you a question. I would say most casual NFL fans, if you asked them, could get close to naming, if not all 32 NFL head coaches, most of them. If you're a passionate NFL fan, you probably know all the NFL head coaches. That same guy or woman probably doesn't know a third of the GMs.
You're 100% right.
So all I'm saying is that it mostly is talk about the head coach, whereas in the background, whether you're John Schneider rebuilding another Super Bowl team, and all we do is talk about Mike McDonald, I don't think John Schneider gets the credit he deserves. Howie gets some credit, and he deserves all of it. Mickey Loomis. I mean, the guys have been around for a while, man. They're really good. They're really good.
Talking about holding your water.
Yep.
We talked about this as a team who could potentially trade up because they have needs next year. They're a very good team, very well-built roster, drafting highly because of a very good move last year. They have needs at edge rusher next year, Byron Young. They're going to have to pay him probably massively, borderline all-pro this year. They have needs at tackle, and they have needs at wide receiver with the aging wide receiver group. Held their water. They now have, I mean, the board is basically Bain, Lemon. I loved Bain. I loved Lemon. And you have Freeling, who a lot of people think could potentially be the best tackle in this draft, all available, a smorgasbord of folks that are available to them by holding their water, which I think really, given that they traded back to get this pick in the first place, really shows a lot of intestinal fortitude, commitment to the process from Les Snead. And it's beautiful to watch. The rich get richer to a certain degree. When you have good philosophy, you have good process.
Guys, I accidentally saw the pick.
Who is it?
I don't think I want to tell you.
Okay.
But I think you should throw some other names out.
Well, I mean, this is typical LA. So if I'm looking at my list of best players available at this point, Bain is out there. We already talked about the wide out and the tackle. There's Bain, Messidor.
I just hear giggling everywhere. Is it Ty Simpson?
Ioane, Ty Simpson.
Oh.
You're not supposed to answer him.
Okay.
We're not tipping, Shawn.
Hey,
I would like to offer an apology to everyone watching.
I mean, what was it reported on Instagram or something, on Twitter?
Oh, it's all over Twitter because the pick, as soon as it's in, reporters find out, which was the Peter Schrager don't tip the pick. It's not don't report. It's don't ruin the announcement.
Get off social media unless it's the YouTube draft stream, which I would remind you.
Yeah, no more Twitter.
To the SūmerSports YouTube if you're watching this live right now.
Yeah. Okay. I'm closing it so that I don't do that anymore. But you guys, at 13.
I learned my lesson on this last year.
What was that?
Where I broke down all the quarterbacks. I went through every number. I went through everything. And then I wrote a beautiful long piece that I still think is the best, is that there's the quarterback prediction problem. It's so hard to know which quarterback is the best. And Tyler Shuck was 25 years old. He didn't really run around. He wasn't analytically, the most impressive. He did avoid sacks, which was great. And the Saints get him. They just go get their quarterback, and they're able to throw him in. If you feel like you will have a quarterback problem in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, and me and Mike were discussing this to a certain degree prior to the show, you go get him. And you go get him, especially when you don't have to move your asset for him. And now what's he going to do? Talking about being intentional, the Green Bay Packers. Do I love Ty Simpson's prospect profile? No, but he's going to be able to sit for a year, maybe two, behind Matthew Stafford, learn the game from Sean McVay. He's going to be set up in a beautiful position in 2 to 3 years with potentially one of the best wide receivers of all time if Puka Nacua continues on this trajectory. And that's just an excellent place for a quarterback to be. That's a scenario, that's a system that you can set up.
So it's pretty simple, and you touched on a lot of it. One of my pet peeves with NFL selections is the lack of quarterback development and lack of intentionality about your quarterback position. And what Les Snead just did, again, is he said, I don't really care what the rest of the world thinks. We think this kid in a year or two can do for us what Bo Nix does in Denver. We think he has enough of, he's a similar type kid. He's 6'1", he's 211. He's got a good arm, not a great arm. The whole 1 year as a starter bothers me just because of the history of that. But if you believe that this kid, properly developed, is the heir apparent, then don't care about anybody else.
100%.
Take them. And that's what this decision is about. It's about protecting their future. That's the bottom line. It's about protecting 100%. Their future.
It's almost, it's just so, it's thinking differently to a certain degree.
Yeah, and I love that. I 100% love it. And again, it comes down to your evaluation and your building about that kid, Ty Simpson. That's all that matters to them. So for all the Rams fans that are going, oh my God, we're a Super Bowl team, and why couldn't you take a tackle, or why couldn't you take a wide out? Or I get that, and I get why you would say that. But long term, the goal in the NFL, and very few people are able to handle it. The goal is to compete and sustain high level competition, and the Rams are trying to do that.
For those of you who are watching us kind of like look around, this pick was so hot and so unexpected, it set the fire alarm off in our building, actually. So that's how exciting this selection is, that the building itself actually was excited.
Could someone on our crew go check and see if there's an actual fire or something like that?
Lee, where are you, Lee?
Everyone's just like continuing to work, like, whatever.
Okay, so let's talk about Ty Simpson, the player. Is that fair?
Okay.
Is that fair? I mean,
do it.
So there's a lot to like. Good arm. He can drive it outside and deep. Quick release, quick feet. And I like that his feet and his arm are tied to his eyes. You can see that with certain college players. That means he can get to progressions. He likes the backside dig coming off a front side read. You don't see that very often in college football. I like that. He's not afraid of tight window throws. He'll throw people open, especially backside digs. Mostly in the gun, but he's also under center at Alabama. Now, he's got a little bit of a tendency to hold on to the ball too long. He takes too many hits, and he's only 6'1". Okay, so I question the durability in the frame a little bit. He got hurt last year, had a half a good year and then a half a tough year trying to play through injuries. So the alerts that I would have on this kid is, number one, the history of first-round one-year starters at quarterback is abysmal. Trubisky, Haskins, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Anthony Richardson, Mark Sanchez. It's awful, okay? And I don't like that history, but I think properly developed behind Stafford for a year or two mitigates some of that. And the last thing is just what I said earlier, the durability and the size. I think he's going to have to learn when to get the ball out and when to give up on a down.
Yeah. Again, my job is to take all available information and try to figure out what's going on. And I talked about him and Garrett Nussmeier together a lot. And the reason why is because they were players who were at some point rated to be a certified top 15 pick. Ty Simpson in November on consensus big boards that are put together by the Dane Bruglers of the world, the guys who spend their life watching college ball and trying to project, had him as like the 5th best player in this draft. The wheels came off at the end of SEC play. Wheels come off. They get blasted by Indiana in the playoffs. All of a sudden, we're talking about him as an early second-round pick. It's clear that the Rams had an evaluation of the full codex of his year of play. They came to the decision that if this player has the ability to sit behind their guy, he can be the player who was the 5th best player in the draft, and that's why they made this move. It's interesting because it's almost like, if you were to ask me any given profile, if he was going to get thrown out there this year, would I love to pick? No, he's not. He's going to get redshirt year 1, maybe redshirt year 2. He's going to get to develop. This is a belief in positional value. This is a belief that the quarterback is the most important position. This is a belief that you have to have the quarterback position to be good, and that you have to develop them over time.
It's just pure and simple that they really like him.
Yeah.
Right. Like, this is a sign that they really like him.
Look at Green Bay with Love. Mm-hmm. Okay. I remember Gutekunst calling me during that draft because they were trying to move up. I think it was 2020. And it's an example of being intentional about it. This kid was nowhere near ready to play. Like, Ty Simpson's way more ready to play than Love was at that point coming out of Utah State. But Green Bay was, again, that word, in being intentional about the most important position in all of pro sports, quarterback. So I love the move. And here's another team, Baltimore, that's intentional about what they do and how they do it. And they're patient every year. And I feel like they get a really good football player because of it. And I'm voting Ioane.
Me too. And
there
that's
it is.
Who it is. Yep. This was this is a guy, and I want to hear your evaluation, but this was a guy that consistently graded out at the top of the only knock that I heard this entire process about this guy was that he was a guard. It was literally just purely positional value, similar to Jeremiah Love. No one had a single negative thing. The entire conversation is just positional value about when you start thinking about taking this position. This is a guy that our O-line scout absolutely loved.
I did too. And I had some scouts calling me like middle of the year. Have you seen the Penn State kid yet, the guard?
Yeah.
And I hadn't. And I finally got to his tape. And basically, Vega Ioane is 6'4", 320, 32 3/4 inch arms, 22 years old. As a run blocker, he's impeccable. He creates movement. He's got violent hands. He's got a very powerful lower body. That his butt and his thighs, they're just power movers for him. He's not content with position.
Big back.
What's that?
He's a big back.
Whoa.
A big back.
We just got to list off the terms that we're pulling out right now. I think that's the third one where I'm like, whoa.
Well, I'm talking, the way the kids talk because I have kids. You just said you were talking about the power in his butt.
Yeah.
And the kids would say he's a big back.
I call it a bubble butt.
Yeah.
And he's got it, and he generates power with his lower. And he can, for a big guy with that big butt, he can bend, and that's what makes him different. He's got an ability to bend. He's a violent puncher in pass protection, heavy base and anchor. He stays square. My only question is pass protection against quicks and change of direction. I just wanted to see more of that, and I didn't see enough on tape. But ultimately, I think he's not only a Pro Bowl player, but an all-pro player, and I think he's the best guard tape I've seen since Quentin Nelson came out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, much like the safety position, I think the guard position is an upwardly mobile position, much like the defensive tackle position was, because with the schemes that we're starting to run on offense, you can use these players as point of attack players. You may have seen up there Pool Trap, one of the best players in our database going back several years. He can be the kind of center of your offense, much like a Quentin Nelson, much like a Joe Thuney, much like a Trey Smith. The list goes on and on and on. Landon Dickerson comes to mind as well. Like, this is a guy who you can utilize as a weapon in your offense. Also, excellent at pass blocking as well. 1.8% pressure rate, blue chip. A very good player. We're talking about positional value here. That curve is indeed exponential. Now, it's a little bit more soft than the draft curve itself. Once you start getting to 14 or 15, I start to get a little laxer there, Mike. I'm still tough on the running backs. I'm still closing one eye on the linebackers, but guard and safety, I start feeling good about.
I'll be honest too, though. Like, the O-line is so important as a whole to the quarterback that we don't need to get into it anymore, but like, I don't even care if it's a high end player at guard in particular, or frankly at center. Like, take them because it so directly impacts the success of the quarterback, as we saw just examples all over the league. The Lions and the interior rush that they were able to get, pass rushers against the Lions, had a massive impact on their ability to be successful.
Yeah. One other note of interest, Declan Doyle, name to know, potentially future head coaching candidate, offensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears, not a play caller last year. What did they do last year? They brought in a guard, Joe Thuney. They brought in another guard, Jonah Jackson. What did the Ravens attack immediately? They attacked the guard position in the draft with a premium pick. Potentially the next Joe Thuney, potentially the next Jonah Jackson, and definitely going to be a major part of an excellent running game as schemed up by Declan Doyle, the Ben Johnson acolyte.
The Buccaneers pick is in. What do we think that they might be doing?
The Bucs, for me, are defense first, edge, inside linebacker, and corner. So from that group, with Bain available, I think Bain makes some sense. If you think, remember Brandon Graham from the Eagles? Big, thick, lower body kind of guy that can play. As a matter of fact, the Eagles brought him back for their Super Bowl run and last year, and he played inside and outside. And Bain is a massive human being, just enough twitch to scare the outside, but he makes his move with power. He's going to make his living with power and inside rush, and I think he makes a ton of sense here for Tampa Bay.
Why do you think Bain is falling?
I think there's probably a couple of reasons. One is the short arms, and I think some of the teams have problems getting over that. And and the second is just he didn't always show up with a sense of urgency every snap of every game. I thought he got better during the playoff run, but there was. I watched games where he would literally not show up. I shouldn't say not show up, but he would disappear for 2 3/4 at a time. So again, I think he's the most logical guy, but in addition to Bain, if they went wide out, Chris Godwin's 30 years old. They lost Evans. Would Mekhi Lemon fit in with Ibuka and McMillan? I think so.
This is an interesting pick because when guys tend to fall, there is always a reason. And you just try to figure out the reason. I think of Jalen Carter falling for years ago. That was for off the field reasons. Bain, it seems to be the arm length. Our friend Brett Coleman did an excellent database piece today that came out about arm length and some of the measurable stuff. In my opinion, it's a 3 out of 10 when you're really trying to look at this at these prospects at the measurables. It's interesting. They're in a position where a lot of people were mocking them with Mesidor, and now Bain's going to be available. Either way, Yaya Diaby on the other side, 2 good pass rushers, makes a lot of sense for them, in my opinion.
And the pick is Ruben Bain.
And I think what you were alluding to a second there without getting into it was the careless driving situation that he got himself into, right? Talking about Ruben Bain now.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing that could potentially be involved.
Let's just address it because it's been made very public. You brought up Jalen Carter. The Eagles traded up 1 pick again. We talk about why do you trade up 1 pick, Linz? The Eagles traded up 1 pick from 10 to 9 to get Jalen Carter, so nobody would jump them. So Bain had an issue with careless driving charge. People died in a car crash in 24. 4 o'clock in the morning, a young woman in his car died. It hit another car and then went into a concrete barrier. Okay, but that was back in 24. So I hate even bringing up because of the human element there and what that means, and then trying to translate it into bottom line football. But that's what you have to do. Okay, Laramie Tunsil. I remember doing the draft years ago, and Laramie Tunsil was a consensus top 5 or 6 pick, and somebody leaked a picture of him with a oxygen mask on, smoking. And I didn't even know about it. I was on camera talking about why is he falling, and my son Michael sent me a text message of that picture and basically said, "This is why, Dad." It was on social media before I had it. So Tunsil fell to 13 in Miami. Carter probably fell with a similar car situation, but teams have known about this since 24. They've been able to do their homework. It's a bad situation, but I don't think there was alcohol or drugs involved. I don't know that for a fact. Okay. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, but teams have gotten past that. And I don't really think that's a reason for the fall unless there's more character out there that I'm unaware of.
Does this count as a fall? Because everyone who's gone, like we talked earlier about how this draft was somewhat unpredictable. And it's not like anyone has gone outside of maybe Caden Proctor that wasn't in our top list of, you could say the same thing about Mekhi Lemon. Is Mekhi Lemon falling? You know what I mean? It's like,
no, I had Bain as my 13th player and he just went 15. Is that a fall?
Right.
No, I'm with you. We're just talking about a quarterback that I had a 2nd round grade.
That's actually true. That was the one
that's the one.
Yep.
And that's okay. Every year there's an outlier or two, and that happens. It's fine. Bain went plus or minus where he should have. The point is that a lot of people were looking at him as a top 7 or 8 pick. Is he going to Washington? Is he going here? Is he going there? I think there was enough collectively around him that he went where he probably should have went.
Yeah. And I also think this is an excellent place for him to go.
Yep.
A Todd Bowles defense. He'll be a secondary or at least complementary edge rusher alongside Yaya Diaby, and they also got Vita Vea in the middle. He's going to get a lot of one-on-ones. He's going to be able to do the thing he does best, which is take off with speed, turn that speed into power once he's able to get those tackles. That showed up in the data, as you could see when we pulled up his statistics and analytics. And now we move on to 16.
And you know who's there?
Mekhi Lemon.
I'm going to just keep beating this dead horse until it happens. But when we did our show with Bootleg for the SūmerSports show, and we tried to pick the first 3 picks for the Jets and the Rams, clearly we're already off with the Rams because nobody had Ty Simpson there in the first round. But 3 of us had Mekhi Lemon going to the Jets at 16. And the conversation there, coincidentally, was he's not going to be available. Right. But in the event that he is, this is what we think would be great. And then look what's played out.
It works out for him. And again, analytically, if this pick does indeed go his way, 30% target share guy, 2.7 yards per route run, that hits both of the excellent. That's when my eyes start lighting up. Positional diversity, and he blocks as well. So
I had on my board for the Jets, the 3 picks for them would be Tyson, Lemon, and Omar Cooper would be the 3 wideouts that I thought had at least one, if not 2, were going to be on the board. So from my perspective, I think Lemon is a great fit. Adonai Mitchell is a pick in.
Oh my God. I haven't gotten a single pick right for so long. I'm just feeling terrible about myself. But it is Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end. So the Jets take a tight end at 16. Mekhi Lemon remains on the board.
So let me build you the analytical case for this.
Please do.
You can see a lot of his numbers up there. Not necessarily a target earner, but the tight end position is one of the places where athleticism does have an outsized impact on their play. At least, like, it may be the only position where when you look at something like 40-yard dash and you look at something like the athletic test, it often does mean a lot. Now, does it mean everything? Is it a 10 out of 10? No. But it does mean something. And he is an absolute standout athletically. And so what does that indicate? Potentially he gets in those George Kittle ranges or those Jimmy Graham ranges where there's really, really, really athletic tight ends that can use that athleticism to learn the NFL way of playing. There's a lot of questions. Can he be a true target earner? Can he be a guy who's going to run really, really crisp routes? He goes into a system that has Mason Taylor. They drafted at tight end last year. But they spend a pick on a pass catcher. He will come in to be a pass catcher, a complimentary pass catcher. And so you got to like this pick to a certain degree.
So
they took a tight end with their second round pick last year.
Mason Taylor in the second round. So Frank Reich is the offense coordinator. I think he likes multiple tight end sets. Number one, he was the head coach both in Indy and Carolina. The Sadiq thing is really, I think, a nuanced conversation. 4.39 in the 40. His numbers hit 43.5 inches on the vert, 11.1 on the broad jump, 241 pounds. He did all of this. Like, how many wideouts ran 4.39? Very few.
Not many.
And at 241 pounds, he's a 1-year starter. Right? He played behind Terrence Ferguson his first 2 years. So he doesn't have a lot of experience. And what the tape tells me, I looked at every target he had in his entire career. What the tape tells me is that Oregon's pass offense highlighted him with what I'm going to call a lot of dick'ems. Dick'ems means kind of trick 'em, dick 'em, whatever.
You might need to explain that to me further later.
I'm going to. It's a trick 'em. It's a trick 'em offense where it's based on the infrastructure of a bubble screen and all kinds of play action, and you're trying to tease with misdirection the defenders out there. You're not trying to win with talent and route running. What you're trying to win with is beating defenders' eyes. So bubble screens, all kinds of different creative screen packages to get him in behind on a tunnel, to get him a wheel route off play action bubble, get him on a rail route off the same thing. So it's all these kind of things where I think he can do the most damage in the league is think about all the umbrella coverages, the 2 deep safeties, him running 4.39 down the middle of the field, either as a decoy or as the main receiver. You got to respect his speed. Play action, overs and corners, you got to respect his speed. And the point that I think is most important, this is how I end my report on him, is he has Brock Bowers' ability and toughness without the nuanced receiver development. So where I think he is 2 years away from having a big year, maybe 3, but I love the athletic ability to someday get there.
Yeah. So, Mike, I'm going to try to package this up as quick as I can because I know we won't have you tomorrow and a tight end probably won't go, but we have Eli Stowers sitting at a 27% target share, almost a 3 yards per route run, a true proven wide receiver, tight end, pass catcher.
Did you watch his blocking reel?
In the SEC. He competes, but
he doesn't compete like this kid.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Not even close.
So, but
does this guy catch like Sowers does?
This guy's drop rate and all that was good. In all honesty, I didn't think his hands were as natural as I'd like them to be.
But my question is The adage amongst the analytics community, and I think this is slightly changing as the years go by, particularly as we learn more about the tight ends that are utilized more, is if you're drafting a tight end in the first round, you're drafting someone else's tight end. If you're sitting at 44 and you're the Jets, and you have Stowers on the board, there's a clear tier drop off in your opinion.
I think what you're saying is you'd rather have Stowers at 44 than this kid at 16.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure I disagree with that, to be honest with you. What I do know is this kid in the run game is a better blocker, especially on the perimeter, will help them do some things they can really do that Stowers can't do. That I know.
Mm-hmm.
This kid might have more upside, even though Stowers is a freak athlete also.
Yep.
And Stowers is a better or a more nuanced pass catcher. What I hate to do to a kid is to beat him up when he wasn't asked to do something or wasn't taught to do something in college.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he can develop into that and at a certain point overtake Stowers, but that is a projection on my behalf.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with, you could get a really good pass catching tight end in the second or third round this year. I don't disagree with that at all.
Mm-hmm.
But
and then to be abundantly clear, Lindsay, this is something I believe is changing. If you look at the curve of tight end draft efficiency in the last 5 to 10 years, and you were earlier than me on this, we're getting a lot more efficient at figuring out which tight ends are actually better.
What's going on with Mekhi Lemon? Because at this point now,
he's not fallen.
I am not as convinced as you. And I know I just said that about Bain, but we've had so many teams that I think could very much have used him who have decided to go in a different direction. And people like you, I mean, consistently, Mike, you're not the only one. When you talk about Mekhi Lemon, you're like, and then Mekhi Lemon, and you're like, and I love this guy.
I do.
That was consistent when I talked to evaluators across the board.
But again, certain teams are going to look at him and say his primary level of interest for us is out of the slot, and we don't value slot receivers as much. I would tell you that there is a blending of the wide receiver position that's going on in the last few years with all the bunches and the stacks and the motions and everything. It's not just 3 separate positions that line up stationary in one place on the field. So some of the old school thinking is probably that we don't take a slot that high.
The comp is also to, coincidentally, with the Lions making their selection now, Amon-Ra St. Brown. And so my pushback would be, you don't want that? That wouldn't work for you? You can't work with that?
What round did he go in? Amon went in the 4th, I believe.
Yeah, 3rd or 4th.
But he has not played that way.
No. So, I'm with you. Look, his football temperament is the same as Puka Nacua and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Who wouldn't want that for football temperament? The Lions are on the board. They need to take a tackle, by the way, is
Blake Miller.
Blake Miller. Okay, I would have gone Freeling, but Miller is like the most consistent offensive tackle in this draft. Miller's out of Clemson. He's started 54 consecutive games at right tackle. So literally, this young man has started every game in his career at Clemson. Now, they've got Detroit at right tackle. Remember, they're going to move Penei Sewell over from right to left this year. Their right tackle is Larry Boren, who they picked up from Miami. This kid's going to step in and play early. Yeah. And he's not sexy, but he's reliable. He's got long arms. He's never missed a game. He's one of those guys that you plug him and play him, and you won't talk about him that much for the next 10 years, but he's going to be a good football player.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like you said, I think there's 2 flavors here that you look at. You look at Monroe Freeling, athletic tackle, another space, not quite to the degree as tight end, but where athleticism does matter to a certain degree. And you have Blake Miller, who we talked about stabilization with David Bailey, 54 straight starts. The guy has dominated year over year, snap over snap. Reminds me a little bit, not quite the profile of Will Campbell, where Will Campbell just started at a high level for 3 years. And thus we were pretty certain that he could at least play tackle at the college level at a very, very high level. I think that's a little bit of the story with Blake Miller. It's interesting that, a team that highly values guys that are big time players, like the Lions, they go get their tackle. Can't fault them for that.
Viking selection in quickly. We're already getting the announcement from Commissioner Goodell. Is it Thieneman?
Oh, is it the?
No, I'm guessing.
Ooh,
it's not. It's Caleb Banks.
Defensive tackle.
Thieneman
Wow,
had been mocked here consistently across the board. Caleb Banks is the pick and stay.
Yeah, the surprise to me is not that it isn't Thieneman, but Caleb Banks, I thought was going to be a lot longer wait. Yep. And for two reasons. Number one, he's had a significant history of foot issues. And when you're 327 pounds, foot issues are a big, big deal. General managers and medical people worry about that. Number two, he's had some potential character off the field issues. I thought the combination of the two was going to push him down to day two. So to me, I don't doubt his size, his movement ability. I don't doubt what kind of player he can turn into. My question is more about, I'm surprised with the foot issues and the potential character issues that he went in the first round.
This is a position that this feels like a pick for need to a certain degree. And maybe that was always going to be the case with Minnesota. We had Thieneman there. Obviously, they lose Harrison Phillips. They have tried to nail the defensive tackle position by hook or by crook for years. They luck into Jalen Redmond, who had a really, really good year this year. I don't want to say they lucked into him. They did their work, and they got him in, and he played really well. Yep. Levi Drake Rodriguez as well has played decently. This is like Jose Canseco coming up to the plate and swinging for the fences. Like, sure, the dude has the tools to be immaculate, 6'6", 347, great athlete. Then he's hurt all the time. And so I think the same inconsistencies off the field had to come up. It is a little bit of a shock, but they're loading up and trying to nail a very premium position that they haven't nailed in a long time. We're
getting into a fascinating part of the draft here in that these are the playoff teams that are starting to draft. Panthers are up next. The Panthers, I think, are a team that I would feel more comfortable predicting behavior for in terms of their process.
Well,
what do we think about
I'm thinking,
the Panthers
yeah,
might do?
I think it almost has to be an offensive lineman. They've got a lot of worries here, starting with Ike Ekwonu, with their left tackle, who got hurt in the playoffs last year. It's a patella. My son had 2 patellas in college football. They're about a year to come back from. So there's an issue there. To me, I keep going back to Freeling. Like Monroe Freeling has the biggest upside.
Sense.
I should say that Proctor has the most upside. 3 years from now, when we look back at this draft, I think we're going to say that Freeling's the best tackle. And I think it's because he's only started 17 games. He's a long, lean guy. He needs to put on another. He's going to put 30 pounds on, and you won't even know it. He'll still look like a tight end. And, you know, he's 6'7", 317, whatever. He's going to put 30 pounds on. And I got to believe Freeling's the guy. I'll be very surprised if he's not. What do you think?
100% agree. And this is, again, former SūmerSports is all very tight in that room. Eric Eager, who was the host of this show several years ago. You're looking at his analytical profile. Pressures allowed, blue chip, 1.7%. Very good, excellent. Athleticism, extremely high. He was a 99, out of 100 when our guys broke down his size and position level. Athleticism, athletic tackles tend to do well. Young tackles tend to do well. He proved that he could do well. I think the package makes a bunch of sense for the Carolina Panthers at this selection in a year in which we now have the 5th-year option out for Bryce Young. We got to figure out if he's our true guy. Yeah. What better than to have a full deck of cards at the offensive line?
No, they could use a corner and or a safety. However, I'm a big believer that it's got to be an offensive lineman. And clearly, at least on my board, the 3 that are left, we talked about a run on offensive lineman. 4 are down. It's Freeling, Ihanacher, and Lomo are the 3 that are left that I think are first round worthy. And for me, I'm pushing the chips to the middle. I'm all in on him.
The only thing that would bring me pause is, this is an offense that was Tedero McMillan. We talked about it when we were discussing fantasy back in the summer. He needed to have 25 to 30% target share last year for that offense to be functional. The offense was like kind of functional, I guess you could say. If you add in another wide receiver to that, you get even more looks potentially for Bryce Young if you do feel comfortable with your offensive line.
I would tell you, Jalen Coker played his tail off the last half of the
He did.
season, and
Good
he
point.
became a true number 2.
Okay.
I agree that Coker played really well. Yeah.
Coker was an undrafted free agent out of Holy Cross, and whoever got him into the building, whatever scout that was, wow, did he do a great job. Panthers are selection.
This is going to be really interesting. I think there's a clear selection that should be made. However,
Well,
and I think
from us, we've been wrong in the last few. There he is.
Boom. Monroe Freeling,
Okay.
tackle, Georgia.
Yeah. Again, 17-game starter, really a 1-year starter in the SEC at Georgia, 6'7", 315. I told you that I think he can put 30 good pounds on over the next 2 years. He's really lean now. Where you get him as a defender is if you get into his chest and he keeps his hands too wide. Okay, his hands are very, very wide. You can get into his chest and push him. That's going to stop pretty soon. As he gets stronger, develops his core, more technique. He's got an attitude on the line of scrimmage in the run game. And 3 years from now, we're all going to go, wow, this Freeling's a great player.
The other thing I'm thinking about as well is you think about how Dave Canales got to being the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. And it was behind excellent tackle play with the Buccaneers. And Taylor Moton has been consistent. Ike Ekwonu has been inconsistent, but has shown a lot. Obviously, he's struggling with injury. The 2 tackle theory is something that I truly believe in. If you have 2 solid tackles, you're going to be a good offense. This is a move towards that for the Carolina Panthers, who always seem to have a plan, and they always seem to execute it in the last 3 years in the draft. And this seems like checking another box that's on that plan to continue that direction.
We have a trade. The Eagles have traded with the Cowboys, so they are now picking 20th. The pick that originally came from the Packers.
Well, this will be interesting regarding A.J. Brown. If it's a wideout, if it's Lemon or Denzel Boston, who is more of a body clone of A.J. Brown, it'll tell you exactly what they're going to do post June 1.
Highly analytical organization, too. So
You see, there it is, Mekhi Lemon, wideout.
So, hey, and we were talking about Jalen Carter. This is what general manager Howie Roseman has done time and time and time again. They did it with Jahad Campbell to a certain degree last year.
Did it with Jalen Carter.
Did it with Jalen Carter. When these guys start to fall a little bit, Mekhi Lemon was around the 12th to 13th consensus big board player. He's at 20. We don't really know why. The analytics are clean and strong. The temperament is clean and strong. At least the competitive temperament. It can get a little fritzy with Jalen Carter from time to time.
With his okay, go ahead.
But now you add Mekhi Lemon in to an offense that has seen Devontae Smith play extremely well. It's seen A.J. Brown play extremely well. Gotta love the pick.
Interesting that Dallas was willing to trade with an in-division
that is
rival.
an interesting point.
And make maybe the best team in that division even better. I'll be interested to see how he gave up to move up. But again, everything you just said about Philadelphia is on point. I live half of the year in the Philadelphia. I grew up in Philadelphia. I know Howie very well. That is so typical of them. They're patient, and when they see something they want, they go get it.
Yeah.
No hesitation.
And let me make a very interesting point here because it came up earlier. I know, because I'm friends with some of the analytics guys, that the Eagles have a program that looks at these trades and basically targets teams. And it's called the Jimmy Johnson trade curve because Jerry Jones and one of his other oil buddies and Jimmy Johnson got in a room and came up with this trade curve in the 80s. The trade curve for the Miami trade up was considered a win on the Jimmy Johnson trade chart for the Dallas Cowboys. It was considered a loss for the Miami Dolphins. You look at every other trade curve that's more analytical, the Miami Dolphins won. I wonder if in straight fashion, what really ended up happening is that Howie made an offer that his analytics team said, this is going to be something on the Jimmy Johnson trade curve that Jerry and squad cannot turn down. But we're going to win it in our view. And perhaps that's how this deal got done.
Mekhi Lemon, emotional on the stage, going to the Eagles. just a fascinating day for him, probably in terms of going into the day, not sure where he's going to go, with some teams that are very different competitively that were on his radar of possible landing spots. And then at the end of the day, ends up on the Eagles.
Yeah, let me give you the quick 30 seconds on the kid and then kind of the fit with the Eagles, because I know the Eagles very, very well. My daughter Lee does a podcast called Believe in Eagles, and guess who her guest is just about every week?
This guy. Are you hearing Lee in the background cheering for herself?
So I'm pretty up to date on what this team does and how they do it. This kid, I have football temperament in capital letters, and above them in red, I have Puka Nacua, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Cooper Kupp, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Those are the four guys whose temperament, I think, matches this kid. Number one, when the ball's in the air, he thinks it's his. It's nobody else's. He doesn't care that he's 5'11". It's his football in the air. That's his football temperament. Number two, if you ask him to come and crack motion and dig a safety or a linebacker out of the C gap because you're running outside zone, bang, it's done. Okay? This kid plays ball the way it should be played. Every snap matters, and he's all in on every play. He creates separation against man-to-man with quickness and physicality. He gets off the line of scrimmage the same way, quickness and physicality. I think, and I love the fact, this tells me a little bit about Shawn Mannion and what the Eagles want to do this year. New offensive coordinator, new offensive line coach. You know, how are they going to go about it? They were a stagnant offensive alignment team in the past. With the new offensive coordinator, in my opinion, who I watched coming out of Oregon State and graded him as a quarterback, and I don't even know him. I've never met Shawn Mannion, but every move they've made, they're from a certain trade. It's going to be outside zone. There's going to be a lot of movement. There's going to be a lot of wide receivers and stacks and bunches and rubs. Things are going to help them get off the line of scrimmage. This kid is going to fit in just like Puka and just like Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's going to fit in seamlessly. It is a absolutely wonderful fit for both the player and the team. I give a hearty heads up to the Philadelphia Eagles. I still don't even know what they gave up, but great job.
Here's another statement. And I was going to say it as a joke. It's like he was doing it on the telecast and his weird little snake movements and I'm bringing that energy, etc. Reminds me a lot of Jalen Hurts. So I was going to use a Gen Z term and say who's going to frame Mog more in 2026.
I'm really happy you didn't do that.
I think he just did.
I would have had well, you explained it. So
Jalen Hurts or Mekhi Lemon. But as I'm thinking about this, I think to myself, number one way or the other, Nick Sirianni was able to kind of figure out A.J. Brown and get him to produce. And secondarily, who did Lincoln Riley coach? Mekhi Lemon. Who did Lincoln Riley make into an NFL quarterback? Jalen Hurts as well. So a lot of great through lines on this pick. The Eagles are the Eagles. I mean, look, we've all dealt with Eagles fans. Did you grow up an Eagles fan?
All right, since this is kind of a low-key pod, I'm going to tell a story. So I was drafted by the Steelers, but I grew up in which is Pennsylvania, but I grew up in Philadelphia, and I was an Eagles fan, okay? And we had a preseason game in Philly. And I bought like 20 to 30 tickets because I had buddies coming down from Boston College, family, et cetera. And they were all sitting up in this old 700 level at Veterans Stadium, which was tough for visiting teams. And I came out of the locker room after the game, and all my college buddies had like cuts and bruises and blood on the side of their faces. And I'm looking at them. I said, "What happened?" And one of them said, "Well, your mom was wearing a Steelers scarf, and like somebody pushed her or spit on her or whatever on the way up. So we literally had to fight our way to the seats." And I tell that story. I love Eagle fans 100%, but every single city has 2% bad fans. Our 2% are too vocal, too loud, too pugilistic. And I wish that would change. But I love Philly fans.
Those 2% just got it. It sounds like we kind of agree. It seems like, if not the best wide receiver in this draft, a top tier wide receiver in this draft.
So who's up? 20. Steelers? Is that who we're talking now?
We're talking Steelers, and Ty Simpson is gone off the board.
Yeah, the Steelers were interesting, though, because the Steelers, unlike the other teams that are in need of a quarterback that were in that conversation for Ty Simpson, the Cardinals and the Jets, the Steelers have proven last year that they will pass on a quarterback if it's not the right guy. They passed on Jackson Dart, and they were in the exact same situation that they're in this year, waiting for Aaron Rodgers, not sure if they have a starting quarterback, not totally sure about the guys who are sitting on their bench. And so, I mean, that is sort of off the table now, obviously, but just in terms of, what they'll do at the quarterback position moving forward, who knows?
Linz,
and then
I hate to interrupt you, but you're on the right track here, I think. And that is, we've talked about being intentional for how long, right? And I don't understand the plan. It's a 42-year-old quarterback who at a certain point, will he help them? Yeah, to a certain degree. But,
right.
They're going to have to go O-line, which apparently they just did.
Maxi Honachor.
I'm a Honachor fan. I loved his tape against Texas Tech. He got some running back and tight end help against those two, against Bailey and against Romello Height, who are two of the best edge rushers in college football. This kid's story, Nigeria, born, moved to LA, 13 years old. Didn't play high school football. His high school didn't even have a football team. He played soccer and basketball. His basketball AAU coach recommended him to the football coach at a junior college at East LA Junior College. And they took him. He didn't play for his first year. He played some his second year. Arizona State took him his third year. He started 5 games when he was still learning how to put his uniform on. His third year at Arizona State. And then I watched his tape this year. He is an athletic dude, can get to the second levels, got great feet, went to the Senior Bowl. He did stuff at the Senior Bowl where people were like, well, I can't pronounce his name, but I better figure out his game.
Maxi.
And I had to go watch his tape. And I came out of it saying, okay, at a certain point, I'm all in on this kid. As a matter of fact, on my tackle board, he's next up ahead of Lomu. And I think 3 years from now, he's another guy that's going to be a high-level starting offensive tackle. I love the pick for Pittsburgh. I still want to know what the quarterback plan is, but as far as what they need to do surrounding it, love that kid.
I think something that you told about his story piqued my interest, and it's the transfer up, and particularly at these places where rate stats matter. And given still definitely developmental work in progress, his pressure rate allowed was not that great this year. But when you see someone transfer up and succeed, that's starting to mean something. We talked about Les Snead. Les Snead has picked this up. I wouldn't be surprised if the 3rd or 4th round, they pick up a defensive lineman who is a transfer up guy. That is what they do now. A transfer up guy in this spot. Well, a point that I'm interested in, do you think Isaac Seumalo goes out? He's now at Arizona.
Yep.
Do you think he plays it? Is he going to be a developmental tackle, a day one guard? What's going to be kind of the opinion?
I think from center, right guard, and right tackle, they're solid. Frazier, McCormick, Fatano.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think they're really solid there.
Yeah.
The problem is I've got an alert next to Broderick Jones, both from an inconsistency of play, an availability issue with injuries,
Mm-hmm.
and he's got a neck injury that's been up in the air for the last few months. So I think the way you draft this kid is you're looking at him as a potentially down the road as your starting left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I think right now he's a swing tackle. I don't think he's going to get reps at guard unless they want to put him at left guard. And again, that's a major move from right tackle to left guard to a kid that's just learning how to play.
Mm-hmm.
But I applaud the move, and I think the left guard, left tackle positions both needed to be upgraded.
The Chargers are on the clock. Their pick is in. It is wild how fast everyone is moving today. And it's not even the clock. Like, we didn't even need to shorten the clock. No one's taking any time, which is interesting in this type of a draft. You would think that all of this conversation about teams maybe looking to move and trade, that they would sit on the clock longer to see if they could work something out. That hasn't happened by and large.
Well, they were trying to get the whole thing done by 11. They wanted this. The NFL wanted it to look like an NFL game, a 3-hour window, and they're going to get it.
Mesidor goes to the Chargers. So we've got a new edge rusher in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and when you look at the Chargers, I think the interior offensive line and edge were my first 2 needs for them.
Mm-hmm.
You probably weren't going interior offensive line this early. Mesidor, here's the case for him. 6'3", 259. Look at the age, 25. He's also had significant injuries over his time as a college football player. Again, there's a trend amongst, and I've mentioned this earlier, general managers and teams and analytics people, which I agree with, is the age is getting older because kids are staying in school to earn money in school. So this is a 6th year in college football player, Mesidor, 25 years old, had some injuries. The volume of injuries, the way a GM explained it to me last week was he said, if you're going to buy an 8-year-old car, it's liable to break down. It's just what you're buying. It's got 70,000 miles on it. Mm-hmm. And he said it's the same thing with some of these 24 and 25-year-old kids with a bunch of injuries. Well, we anticipate in the next 2 or 3 years, we'll have even more data, Mr. Data Science. Mm-hmm. He just woke up. Did you see that, Lids? He was falling asleep there, and he just
No.
I said data, and all of a sudden he went, what?
Data?
Data? Yeah, I know data. So I think as more and more data comes in on the tying in the injuries and the age, that was an issue with him. But his game, man, he plays with his hair on fire. He'll come in day one and make a difference for the Chargers. He'll fit right in with what they're trying to do. Khalil Mack signed for another 1-year deal. The Tui Peloto kid who played his tail off last year, he'll be up for a renewal this coming offseason. So I think it's a great pick for them, and they needed the backload there badly.
Yeah. Last year they get Adafa Owe, who they have since lost. They like having 3 edge rushers, and they go and get Mesidor. Basically, the whole thought process about me with him, just in terms of the consensus, you mentioned the age stuff. As you mentioned in the data, there's a reason why the teams like the Browns and the Eagles consistently draft younger players, because typically they do outperform older players, because there's typically a reason why those older players are still available. They don't have the level of upside that typically has. And I think you can, to a certain degree, say that about Mesidor. Excellent pressure rate. He's done it for several years. I think his job description is extremely clear. Go get after the passer. And I think was a key item for the Chargers here. And this is also a defense that really likes to stop the run. They like to be in the top 5 of EPA per rush allowed. I also do think that he brings a level of run stuffing, especially given his size, right around 260, 6'3", and an experienced player as well. So I think he will bring an element of experience and be able to perform for the 3 years of his rookie contract. They're going to get a lot of value out of him.
And you know what we haven't seen yet? We talked about a little bit up front with Jermod McCoy not being around. Delane went number 6, I want to say, to KC. Hood, Terrell, Chris Johnson, I think all have to go in the next several picks.
You think so?
I think so. For the grades I have on them, they're first-round players, and they haven't gone yet. So I bang the table for them. Thieneman is still there at safety. And on offense, we're 3 deep on the wideouts. We talked about Cooper, Denzel Boston, and Casey Concepcion. They haven't come off the board like we thought they might. The tackles have. There's only 1 left as far as what we talked about. That's Lomu. So I think our prediction of 7 tackles is going to hold up. He'll go somewhere. So some of these guys are going to have to start coming off the board a little bit. And who's up next?
We've got the Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys
are on the clock right now. Already took Caleb Downs at 11. And then we've got the Browns at 24. We talked about the fact that they need a tackle and a wide receiver. They took an offensive tackle.
Yeah, they're an offense. They need offense. Cowboys are a defensive team. Right. So the best defensive players on the board right now. And it's interesting that the Eagles traded up. Cowboys traded back, and the last edge rusher in that group is gone, with Mesidor going off right now. So T.J. Parker, Keldrick Falk, Cassius Howell are up there as far as edge rushers are concerned. Best defensive player on the board, it's probably either Thieneman or Hood, or pick your corner.
Yep. I'm trying to think about what Christian Parker, who comes from a very specific Vic Fangio. He was with the Broncos with Vic.
Yeah,
he was with the Philadelphia Eagles with Vic.
Yep.
And so what are those defenses built off of? They're built off of really 2 things. And that is, they kind of filled in the nickel position that we've seen, the ability to stop the run with 4. Cooper DeJean did an excellent job of that. They're built off of those rangy cornerbacks, playmaking cornerbacks. You think of Quinyon Mitchell, you think of Slay back in the day to a certain degree, and they're built off of edge players who can set edges and run defend. Do you think Keldrick Falk could potentially be that?
Yeah, I do. I also think that if you're going to move down like they did, you've got to be confident that one of your guys is still going to be there. So it's either edge or corner the way I look at this. And I think it might be Hood.
We have a name at the bottom of our screen.
Where? Oh, my goodness. Is that correct? Malachi Lawrence, another edge. So I had him at the top of the second round. I think the reason you take Malachi Lawrence there is when you're a team looking for more pressure. He's long, he's twitchy, he can get after the quarterback. The reason I think they're taking him is more than Parker or Falk or even Zion Young, who are bigger, longer, heavier guys. This is a twitchier dude with an ability to get to the quarterback. Dallas, they drafted Ezeraku last year, in the second round, I believe.
That's right.
And then Rashawn Gary is a bigger, stronger guy. So I think they're looking for a twitchy edge guy, and that's exactly what this kid is.
High pressure rate, and moreover, high pressure rate on early downs. So this isn't really just like a pin your ears guy back. This is a guy who can play at a high level. There's going to be a level adjustment. He's playing UCF now in the Big 12, of course, so not as much as a level adjustment as you would expect. But, UCF isn't really necessarily considered to be an excellent top-tier school, but I guess we should start considering them to be more in the Utah, Texas Tech, etc. caliber. It just comes down to where do these guys slot and what are they going to do? It's interesting that he comes off well above consensus, like well above consensus.
But that's why they had the confidence
Exactly.
to move down.
That's a good point.
Is they knew their guy was going to be there.
I wonder if they could have moved down even further.
Well, again,
I mean, I know that's the thing that you just don't know,
right?
But
they took their one opportunity to move down,
Yep.
in my opinion, and it was with a division rival, so it was probably painful.
Yeah, and just looking at the trade, I mentioned that it could potentially be a victory for the Eagles. It actually, across the board, is a victory for the Dallas Cowboys. They get pick 23, which they just took, Malachi Lawrence. They get pick 114, pick 137. So a lot of value gathered by that. They, as Mike said, they knew that Lawrence would be available. They felt comfortable taking him at that pick. That's really the only selection that they have for several more picks. And I think that's why they're comfortable taking that pick. So they maximize the stuff they have.
What is that, a fourth and a fifth? Or 2 4s? What is the one, whatever those numbers
in the
are?
Aggregate? It ends up being a late fourth. I'm trying to divide by 32
no, you can't be doing that. You can't be talking analytics to me. You said they gave up. What did they literally give up? 114 and 137. Is that what you said?
They gave up pick 20.
No. They moved down 3 spots.
20 yeah.
20 to 23. So forget that.
Yeah.
What did they get for moving down 3 spots?
114 and 137.
And what rounds are they in? See?
I'm trying to divide by 32. I'm not great at it.
114 would be in the 4th for sure. 137 is either late 4 or top 5. So they gave up a 4 and a 5.
Our scouting report on him lists concerns about his work in the run game.
Yeah.
Right. Which is interesting to me because when they moved Michael Parsons, they prioritized the run defense in that conversation. That was what they said. We have to get better at stopping the run. And then they use a first-round pick almost immediately on a pass rusher who might be a rotational pass rusher.
He's a rotational pass rusher who will play mostly on third down and sub packages. And I guess in what remember, they were 24th against the run, 24th against the pass, 30 in overall yards. They gave up more points than anybody else in the entire league. I think they probably felt like with Rashawn Gary, they got bigger on the edge, but they needed to get twitchier. And on the inside, they've got 2 of the best defensive tackles in football for 17 games this year, Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams. And both of those guys are kind of a little bit built to get after the quarterback too. So I think they feel like now they've got a really good pass rush, and they'll do what they have to in the run game. And let's be honest, they get over Shawn, they get Overshawn back from the injury.
Full year Bland at the slot corner position.
Right.
Bland,
exactly right. They picked up Kobe Durant at the corner. So they still have defensive needs. Let's not hide it. But they put a priority on getting to the quarterback.
As you were discussing it and the depth potentially at the defensive line, I couldn't help but think about the Seattle Seahawks, who are a interior built team. And if that's the direction that I say the big four. We had the Denver Broncos, who are an interior built team. Zach Allen is an excellent player on that interior. You have the Seattle Seahawks, Murphy and Big Cat are their two engines. You have the Rams, Braden Fisk, Kobe Turner, their two engines.
Tell them what the theory is.
The theory is that teams are building through defensive tackles and getting rotational, fresh edge rushers that are painful.
But why? Because what they're trying to do is stop the run with at least either half to one full body.
Exactly.
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to stop the run with less people. Therefore, you have more people in the pass game.
And moreover, if that's going to be the basis, they now add a rotational pass rusher. The Seahawks had a ton of those guys. They had like 4 edge rushers last year. And they had Caleb Downs, who is potentially that kind of wild card player that can play all over the field.
What are we going to do?
The conversation that I want to have at a different time, because we're moving on now to the Browns pick, is the value of a rotational pass rusher. Because I think that's where I'm stuck. Like in the first round, you want to get a guy who is your guy.
That's third down, though. That's your money now. So tackle and wideout, right? That's what we talked about. There's Lomu is a tackle, and the wideouts are Omar Cooper, Denzel Boston, and Casey Concepcion.
I really like Casey Concepcion.
There you go.
Yep.
I really like this pick for the Browns. So they get a tackle, they get a wide receiver, they get the wide receiver on the second tier that everyone who talked about him went, and then the guy I really like, you want to hear the guy I really like, and then they went on.
Right.
And he was always on that second tier, but every time you heard an evaluator talk about him, their eyes lit up.
Yep. And he creates separation as well as any wide receiver in this draft. Maybe better than all of them. He's quick. He's maybe the most explosive kid off the line of scrimmage. So a combination of explosion, quickness, and he also has long speed. Like he can go. So you can get him with bubble screens and manufactured touches, but he can also run medium and deep routes down the field. He's a punt returner on top of all of it. This is an explosive kid. And when you look at him in Cleveland now, to your point, they got Fano at 6.
Yep.
So they get a tackle at 6. Jerry Jeudy had almost as many drops as catches last year.
And was their best wide receiver.
Yeah. And their other starting wideouts are, Cedric Tillman and Isaiah Bonds. So this is clearly a need. I give them some patience for the trade down at 6 and still get the tackle they want, and then to hold their water and come back later in the draft and get a really explosive wideout. Nice job by the Browns.
Very, very well played from the perspective of what they needed. Very premium positions that you want to draft in the first round. I misread at least how the Browns viewed this draft. I thought that they were a believer, kind of as we've discussed, that there was a clear tier break between the wide receivers, with Mekhi Lemon being the last guy to go off the board, and then the Casey Concepcions and Denzel Boston. I thought there was a wider gap there than there was with the tackles. But basically, it seems like the bet they made was that there was only going to be one tackle at 24.
Yeah.
And that's basically what they made. So it was less so whatever the tier would be. It seems as if it was a bet on availability. They were able to get their pick of the litter, one could say, if they had a closer gap between those wide receivers, and they get the guy who they believe is the best tackle certified in this draft.
And again, not to belabor the point, because I myself am not an evaluator, but trying to read between the lines, talking to evaluators, I know Casey Concepcion was always on the second tier. He didn't feel like it was a far down the second tier or that there was that much distance because how much people liked him. And then you add the data on top of that, and the data loves him as well. Talking about 27% target share and a 32% air yard share and a 2.7 yards per route run, which is not as high as some of the other players in this draft, but still top 15%. could have been much higher if more than 58% of Texas A&M's 15-plus yard throws had been on target. 58% of their throws that were 15 yards or longer were on target. So look at like the numbers that he put up just from a pure production standpoint, and think about if he had better quarterback play.
Yep.
So I think that this one's a fascinating pick. I really like it.
Yeah. Moreover,
and then the versatility.
Yeah.
Right? Because actually we talk about him as a slot guy and put him and Mekhi Lemon in the same conversation as like those inside out guys. This guy ran 65% of his routes out wide. 35% of them in the slot. So from a size standpoint, you kind of look at him and you go, he's an inside and then out guy. Like that's who he projects as it being in the NFL.
Right.
But the production came on the outside.
Can we bring up the elephant in the room?
What's that?
Drops. A lot of drops.
6.4% drop rate. That is in the bottom 15% of draftable players.
I don't think he has bad hands. I think he has good hands. And I went back and looked at every drop he had in the last 3 years. And I just this year I wrote down for tonight's. I mean, the one thing I worry about with his drops is that he knows when he's in traffic over the middle. Okay. So he'll tend to protect himself. His arms don't extend quite as far over the middle in traffic. Little things where you get nervous because he's going to have to work in traffic. Just by definition of his skill set, he's going to have to, and he's got. Now the flip side is I saw him make a lot of those catches, in traffic. But if you're his quarterback, you want to put it on his body on slant routes and stuff like that because you really don't want him reaching out, and because the kid knows when he's in traffic.
Were any of those drops in situations, or because he's a big rack guy, right? Like 7.2 yards after catch on average per catch.
Yeah.
So he's one of the better guys with the ball in his hands. Was there any part of this where he's already moved to the next step and just needs to slow down and actually catch the ball before he thinks about taking that next step?
I think that's a little bit tied into what we just talked about. Very similar to most of those kind of routes that you're talking about, crossing routes. Mm-hmm. Which is bringing you over the middle into traffic, those type of things that you're really trying to move on because you've got acceleration and you're trying to move on. But anyway, I think Chicago, did they already put their pick in?
Their pick is in.
Probably ought to talk
Has
about
not
that,
been
right?
announced yet, though.
Okay, so.
One last note about
Yes.
Casey Concepcion, because this actually feels like something that we could look up that I have yet to try. How many of his drops, or if you break down his drops by route, I wonder if we'll find that the numbers even bear out what you're saying, that there's specific routes to the middle of the field in traffic.
Yeah, and we can do that.
A grand majority of his routes were in the middle of the field.
Yes.
And a thing that comes up is, that's the NFL's 3-point shot. It's a little harder. You got to be ready to take hits, but if you can hit it, you hit it consistently. Talking about the Chicago Bears, this is what the entire Ben Johnson offense is based off of, is attacking across the middle. You can really profit.
So what's Chicago going to do here? They have several defensive needs. Trapillo, the offensive tackle from BC, got hurt and won't be there at the beginning of the season. I don't know what they're doing at center, but it's so it could be a tackle. But they've got edge and safety needs also.
Dylan Thieneman.
Yeah, they have edge and safety needs. There's Thieneman. He's a fun safety to watch. After Caleb Downs, I figured he'd be number 2 off the board, and the Toledo kid could still go later in the first round, the safety from Toledo. He can play strong or free. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I looked at him closely as an Eagles projection. Didn't like him quite as much because you needed somebody that could play opposite Makubu. This kid can play anywhere, in the box, deep. He had 6 picks as a true freshman when he was at Purdue. He's a tough kid. He's the quarterback of your defense. He's got really good range. He ran faster than I thought he was going to run. He ran in the 4.3s. He's a little tight-hipped, so I worry about man coverage against NFL slot receivers. However, the only real negatives I could find on him were a little bit tight-hipped and misses a few tackles, which bothers me from a safety perspective. But that's This kid's going to be a really solid player for a bunch of years. Like him a lot.
I can't say no one has watched more Dennis Allen defense than me, but I was raised on Dennis Allen defense. And the best years of that Saints defense were when they had excellent safety play, in particular from two players, Malcolm Jenkins and from Marcus Williams. And, you can look at Demario Davis, who is an excellent middle linebacker, potentially one of the best of all time, potentially a Hall of Famer. You can look at Cam Jordan, definitely a Hall of Famer in my opinion, excellent edge rusher, multiple years of 10+ sacks. But the unlock, in my belief, of that defense was always Marcus Williams' ability to play the post safety and cut everything off down the field.
I thought you didn't like safeties.
Well, no, I love safeties.
And they're not positions of value.
Well, I think that's changing, to be clear. But you're correct. They're not. It's not across the board, man. But just when we're picking with 4, I mean, we can ask some questions.
Okay, I see. 4 is different than 25. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
Let's go.
and Malcolm Jenkins, his ability to be kind of one of the original, nickel. Sometimes he's lined up at linebacker. They did this with Tyrann Mathieu as well. And I think the idea that Thieneman can be one or both of those guys is really interesting, and I think that's why he's going to be a really good fit. They're showing Harrison Smith up here. A lot of people thought he was going to go to the Vikings as well. His ability to move around the field is really exciting, particularly in a defense like Dennis Allen's, which has utilized safeties to do that time and time again.
I did the Notre Dame games when Harrison was a senior, and he didn't start as a junior, and I saw him work out in spring practice and had a conversation with him, and I was blown away by the kid and his natural ability, his innate natural ability. He's a borderline Hall of Famer now if he retires, Harrison Smith at safety, and he still may come back apparently. So jury's out on that.
We have a trade for the next pick, by the way. The Texans have traded into
the second round.
No, the Texans have traded up to take the 25th pick, which was previously owned by the Bills.
Gotcha.
Previously,
26th.
By
26,
the Bills.
yeah.
And that's in front of San Francisco, and they now have 26 and 28.
No, they would have given up 28, right?
It's
oh yeah, they're showing them at 28 still. So they didn't use 28 to move to 26.
And that could just be,
So it looks like the Bills traded out of the first round,
which they've done before. They did the Keon Coleman year, if I'm not mistaken. They traded out of the first round and ended up picking Keon Coleman in the back half. I mean, offensive line for the Texans, there's one tackle left. San Francisco re-signed Trent Williams, but long-term, is that going to be the case? Lomu is a guy who played in an offense that asked him to do a lot. Whether that means he's a San Francisco target, I don't know. Also, the Houston Texans, in terms of edge rushers, like to have multiple edge rushers. Derek Barnes, Danico Autry, they are outgoing. The absolute superpower of this team was the ability to swap guys all around, line them up, no scheme diversity, no blitzes. We're going to beat you. TJ Parker's still on the board. He was a guy that I thought the Texans may have an interest in. What are your thoughts, Mike?
I think
real quick, sorry. Jordan Schultz is reporting the Bills get 28, 69, 167, and the Texans get 26 and 91.
Okay.
So it's possible they just haven't updated the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
I think it's got to be an O-lineman. Their defense is already superior.
Yep.
Oh, Sammy.
Bang!
There it is. Rutledge.
Sammy's guy.
Love him. Go ahead.
Love him. Yeah. So this was my. I don't care what the consensus says, even though I'm a data scientist. I don't care what the simulations say. He's going in the first round.
Yep.
And the reason why was because the data analytics love him. They think he's excellent at beating people off the ball, and they think he's excellent at beating people as the play goes on. And we think he's excellent at pass blocking as well. Transfer up guy, Middle Tennessee to Georgia Tech, carries some value. Not only transfer up guy who changed the system at Georgia Tech. That was a team that all of a sudden became a run-first, grinded-out offense behind Keelan Rutledge as the point of attack. And then the final element is the scouting point of view. I'm here saying all this crazy analytics stuff that I really like. 3 blue-chip traits in our analytics. And then the scouts all agreed. When I talk to people with teams, they're like, oh, yeah, he's great, but he won't get drafted until 52. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So he was my guy who I was like certified going in the first round. I was glad about that.
You and I talked before the draft today that we thought that one of the, quote, second tier interior offensive linemen were going to go, right? And the guys we talked about were Basantis, Rutledge, and Emmanuel Pregnon.
Yep.
And all three of them, to me, could have gone right there.
Mm-hmm.
They're all that solid. I'm on. You kept saying that. I mean, the bottom line, in addition to all that stuff, he likes to beat on people too.
Exactly.
He plays with a whistle. He's got an attitude. He's got a football temperament. Nick Caserio, who's the GM there, Nick likes to move up and down boards. Nick's one of the few GMs that also was a former coach. He came out of the Patriot system. He's a really, really bright guy. And that defense is already ready to win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
They got to support. They got to
silly.
support that quarterback.
Yep.
End of story.
And support that quarterback. You know, I sit here and bang on the run game the entire time. I would personally like to have a good run game if I'm an offense.
I thought you didn't care about the run game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like as an old linebacker, I know how it feels when a guard gets up on you and it is not fun.
Yeah, how do you like it in the fourth quarter when they've been beating on you all day, and then all of a sudden things get a little easier for the offense?
Yeah, it certainly makes a difference, and it certainly makes a difference when you are 30th in EPA per rush. This is a plan to change that, especially given that they have, a guy who I think they like at the running back position, Woody Marks.
Dolphins made a trade with San Francisco.
So now we're getting hot and heavy now.
So 27 and 30 have now flipped.
So, and the question arises, like, not to, I like to victory lap from time to time. I'm wrong and I'm right sometimes. They traded up to get Keelan Rutledge. That means that there was interest somewhere else. It seemed as if it was either Miami or San Francisco, I suppose. And San Francisco now trades up. So could this be for an interior offensive lineman?
Miami trades up.
Miami traded up.
Yeah.
With San Francisco.
Yes.
Okay.
So San Francisco back.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Miami's on the board. Is that what we're saying?
Miami's on the board.
Okay.
So maybe that does
Miami,
mean that they were right about San Francisco. San Francisco didn't get their guy, so they can move back and somebody else can move up.
Miami took Proctor the first time around, right?
Could this be Chris Johnson? Could this be a
corner?
Sure.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dolphins took Proctor.
To me, that's where the value is.
Dolphins
right
need wide receivers, guys.
Yeah. So they took Proctor.
I mean, they don't have Waddle or Hill.
And if they're trading up 28, Buffalo, also a team that needs wide receivers, could be an Omar Cooper Jr.
That is 100%. You're 100% right. Like I mean, it could be something else, but that
KC
makes absolute sense.
I got wide out next to O-line for Miami for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could be anywhere on defense, and you got to look at the depth of the only thing that's interesting is there's still two high-level wideouts there, Omar Cooper and Denzel Boston. And then on the defensive side for Miami.
I don't think we can go Denzel Boston.
Why?
This particular team. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm going back to the Bills. I'm going back to the Bills again. Sorry. Never mind.
Well, and what I thought you were going to say is like Packers organization.
Well, at this point,
et cetera,
still,
et cetera.
you need wide receivers. Like at least the Packers organization in the past has had wide receivers, and then they just don't add like a target earner. This is a team.
Look, let me give you two names for Miami.
Okay.
Their starting corners are Darrell Baker and Duck Storm or Storm Duck.
Stormed up.
That they're their starting corners. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm a big believer in supporting this new quarterback.
Are you saying we can get a wide receiver later?
Was this a double trade up for the Dolphins?
Dolphins still have 43.
Yeah, I'm looking at. They've got
trade down one pick, trade up with this pick.
Yeah, so Miami's on the clock.
Oh, they did the corner. Chris Johnson.
I love this kid. I'm a huge Chris Johnson fan.
He went before Hood.
I was just going to say, it's kind of interesting. He's the number 2 corner off the board. Okay. One of the reasons is he's one of the cleanest corners and players in this entire draft. Okay. He tackles. He's tough. He plays off. He presses. I love his press. He's quick. He's sticky. When he gets beat off the line of scrimmage, he knows how to catch up. He knows how to find the football in the air. And from what all the reports are from all the scouts I've talked to, clean as a whistle, loves ball, football IQ off the charts. So to me, the closer we got to this draft, the more I liked them and the more I was hearing about them. So I took them from like a second round pick in the middle of the year when I first looked at him, and I moved him into the first round, into the 20s. And I'm a big fan of this kid. I think that's a heck of a pick.
I very much agree. When we were doing our breakdown, and we had some tight rules, but we were looking at the defensive backfield, particularly for the Jets at 33. And in my notes, I said there's 4 cornerbacks that are interesting at 33, and I think all of them will be somewhat in that range. And it was Chris Johnson, McCoy, Mike's mentioned it time and time again, Terrell, and Hood. And for whatever reason, Johnson was the most interesting. And the whatever reason was the numbers are fantastic. Obviously, you have to do a league translation, given he's coming from San Diego State, a Mountain West school. But when you have a clean prospect in the late 20s that you think has the potential to be an excellent cornerback, I think it's a really, really interesting pick for them. And again, it's not necessarily a wide receiver, but I think this is, in my view, and I think, as Mike said, it's probably the best player available for them right now.
And they still have to help their quarterback. We've talked a lot about Malik Willis, and quarterback / tight end, second, third round. I mean, wide receiver, tight end, excuse me, makes a lot of sense. They still have to come back and support the kid. But at this point, the value in their eyes, and I don't disagree, was with Chris Johnson.
Yeah.
And now who's on the clock now?
The New England Patriots.
Patriots made a trade.
Oh, my goodness.
Trade up from 31, correct?
Yep.
To Buffalo.
Yep.
Division opponent.
Buffalo moving back and back.
Yes.
Back twice.
Yeah. So.
And that's what they've been right to do in years past as well. Caleb Lomu. So they go offensive line as many expected.
Second offensive tackle from Utah to be drafted this year in the first round.
Yep.
I love this move because I watched a lot. I had a weekly hit in Salt Lake City. Love that crew. And so I watched a ton of Utah because I thought they were a fascinating team because they had a quarterback who never got sacked ever, but it was because he was scrambling around and throwing the ball away. So he wasn't really doing a lot with it. But they also had 2 excellent tackles, and they just wanted to beat teams into the ground behind those 2 players. I really liked Lomu at the college level. I really like Fano at the college level. Used in an extremely diverse run scheme. And Josh McDaniels, the addition that he made coming back into the NFL as an offensive coordinator after he was in Raidertown, et cetera, is diverse personnel and diverse run game stuff. And this is an addition that I think, will he play over Morgan Moses? Won't he? I don't know. But this is a long-term investment in a player who can do all that kind of stuff. Pulling, moving in the zone, pass protecting for Drake May, allowing Drake May to step up in the pocket, sustaining. I really like what Lomu can do in that view.
Let's think about why they moved up. It's a pretty simple answer. They moved ahead of Kansas City. And right, what did Kansas City do with their first pick? Kansas City went with Mansour Delane.
Correct.
And we said they're going to circle back later and get a wide out or a tackle, right? So I thought it was, so the tackle's now off the board. They were worried about Kansas City. They jumped ahead of them, and now Kansas City's going to be on the clock. Pick is in already, and I would think it would be a wide out.
Can I ask a quick question, just procedural question of you, Mike?
Yeah.
Given you've been on these calls, you've been in that seat. If you're Buffalo and New England, a division opponent is calling you, and they're giving you something, and you think they're trying to get ahead of KC, do you immediately have someone dial up KC? And be like, hey, well, they're trying to trade up. Can you beat this deal?
You're going to get more from 2 picks away than you are 1 pick away.
Mm-hmm.
So typically that doesn't make a ton of sense unless, it's a divisional team. I get all that, but typically no. I'd want to get as many picks as I could or as much value out of the pick as I could.
Makes a lot of sense.
All right. So Kansas City's picks in, right?
Yeah, and
do we think it's going to be Cooper or Boston?
You think wide receiver?
I am interested in particular, given the utilization of Rashee Rice in particular, and the way that they'd like to do that with the short ADOT stuff in recent years. Omar Cooper is a tackle breaker supreme. The data bears that out. Also a great target share, yards per route run guy as well, just like to set the barrier. So he excels on those short routes, especially as Travis Kelce continues to age and might not necessarily be that go-to safety valve player. Maybe that moves to Rashee Rice. Potentially that could move to Omar Cooper Jr.
Omar Cooper, most tackles forced in this class. Passer rating when targeted, 143.
I was reason that team was
7.2 yards after the catch per catch.
The sleeper in that Kansas City wideout room to me was their 4th round pick a year ago, a kid named Jalen Royals from Utah State, who I did a lot of work on a year ago and thought he had a chance to be a really good player.
Yeah.
And he came back off an injury and played pretty well towards the end of the year. And he's a sturdy, thick guy that can break tackles. I'm kind of wondering, and I don't, to me, I like Omar Cooper a lot. But Denzel Boston to me is a really intriguing guy. He's 6'3", 212 pounds. He jumps 38 inches. He plays way above the rim. He's smooth at levels 2 and 3, and he opens up a different world for Patrick Mahomes with the back shoulders and the body throws. And Patrick likes that. He likes to be able to just, when he's in trouble, he had that with Kelsey for years. You know, when he's in trouble, where can I go? And I know it's not going to get picked off. I'm going to give my guy, I'm going to throw it up to the 6'4" guy that jumps 37.
Yeah.
And if he catches it, great. If he doesn't, it's incomplete, but it's not intercepted. So I'm a little bit intrigued by Denzel Boston in the mix with, you know, Xavier Worthy, a deep thing. Rashee Rice, big, good, very good receiver when he's available.
Yeah.
When he's not injured or in trouble, he's a good player. Tyquan Thornton, I mean, kind of just a guy. I don't want to say just a guy, but, you know, so they got to upgrade that wideout thing.
We're thinking we don't go O-line here because there's a drop-off.
Unless they go interior offensive line.
I mean, is there a drop-off at interior offensive line too?
No, no. We love the interior offensive lineman. The problem is
which ones?
Pregnon,
like
DeSantis.
guard? Because not, I mean.
That's what we're saying. Well, but the problem is Kansas City's good inside.
Yeah, I mean they have Sumatiia and also
and Trey Smith and Creed Humphrey.
Part.
So their interior offensive line is really solid.
The head of the spear, which I've always said drives that success rate based running game.
It's the right tackle where you're looking to go, okay, you just signed this guy, Jalen Moore. How, you know, he's not the long-term answer. What are we doing? So
are there any other defensive positions? Like if we're not thinking offense, I know that we already
edge. I mean, like
went with that side of the ball at
defensive
corner,
tackle value at this, starting right around now. Guys like Caden McDonald, Lee Hunter, Peter Woods, Kristen Miller, they're all really good value right around now. If you're going to go defense, but I think you got to figure out a way to help Mahomes.
Yeah, a lot of different directions, but best available, I think, is the move here. Peter Woods. Defensive tackle. So Peter Woods is another one of these guys. We've mentioned a couple of them. Jordan Tyson is the one that hit. Peter Woods was in conversations to be like the 3rd pick in the draft at the beginning of the year and had an excellent year the year prior. Clemson, the bottom just fell out, dude. I don't know what happened. They played in a lot of tight games and his metrics were like not good. Like really, really, really not good. Like I'm talking like pressure rate, red, tackle for loss rate, red, lower 15%. Like he just wasn't a playmaker this year for whatever reason in terms of like the actual production of the plays and finishing plays. So this is a bet. Was it just a toxic environment for whatever reason at Clemson and the wheels came off and guys lost their effort, which is a thing you have to confirm with the character, and is the true evaluation of the years prior who Peter Woods actually is? I don't know.
We have a trade. The Jets have traded
back in. So they will pick their 3rd first rounder.
Where?
Of the day.
San Francisco?
What
up to 30.
number are
Is it
we
30?
on?
Yeah.
30.
So 30?
Yep.
That's where the Jets are now. At New York Jets are at 30, which means San Francisco moves out to what, the first pick of the 2nd round, 33, I believe.
What do you think the Jets are moving up for?
So the Jets have done what so far? At 2, we had David Bailey. At 16, we had Sadiq. Right? There's still wideouts available, folks.
Are they Omar Cooper?
That would be quite the haul, I got to say.
I mean, so now you've got 2 tight ends.
I
you
would,
have Breece Hall.
I'd endorse the wideout move here, Cooper or Denzel Boston. I mean, you're looking at a Donnie Mitchell, who they made a trade for.
Yeah.
With Garrett Wilson and Isaiah Williams.
It feels like the middle of the field is kind of what you need, right? Like with those two guys, like in terms of just finishing.
So you're trading in front of Buffalo, Seattle, and Arizona at 33, I believe.
I think what they're probably just trying to get into the back end of this round, and they might not have been particular about where it was. There's too wide out, and I'm only throwing that out because there's only a few picks left, and not every team's going to give up their first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Not every team's going to move out.
But why would you need it to get into the first round if you weren't? Buffalo, they went ahead of Buffalo.
Yeah,
Buffalo needs wide receivers.
Correct.
Right.
100%.
It's got to be the wide out.
100%.
And if they get a wide receiver and that wide receiver produces for them, then I can wrap my brain around going tight end where they went tight end when I wanted them to go wide receiver.
Right.
The only other thing that popped in my head was defensive tackle potentially, but I feel like they have depth.
The pick. Omar Cooper. There it goes.
And we wanted them to draft him at we wanted Lemon at 16. I think people would have been fine with Cooper at 16 if Lemon went above that. They're able to snag him. The Jets are moving and shaking.
That's an intriguing first round. 3 picks. They get the most disruptive pass rusher in the draft at 2. You come back at 16 and take a tight end with more traits than anybody since the kid San Francisco took a bunch of years ago that ran the 4.41.
Vernon Davis?
Vernon Davis, who took a little while to develop. That I think there's some similarities in the way they're built. Him and Vernon Davis. But anyway, I don't want to get off into that. I want to finish off with the Jets, and then they come back and trade back into the first round and get Omar Cooper and immensely help that wide receiver class. I don't know what they gave up yet, but the good news is they still have 3 first-round picks a year from now.
So many.
And at a certain point, they've got to be intentional about that quarterback position.
That's what I was thinking.
If they have all of those first-round picks next year, though, they could trade up and go to the top. I'm not that depending on who's at the top and whether they're willing to trade out. But there's so many guys.
I think you take a shot this year too, to a certain degree.
I mean, maybe, but also I think that you went out and got. Okay, Jets traded to 30. The Jets gave up 33 and 179 in San Francisco.
So it's basically a
five, a late 5 or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
So it cost them a 5th round pick to move up from 33 to 30 is how you look at it. And to me, to get ahead of Buffalo in your division and get the wide out that maybe Buffalo was looking at, hell yeah.
Moving and shaking.
What, Lens?
I'm just thinking of Buffalo and if they want to go wide receiver and what their options are. And I am just really struggling with the picture being painted of that after Keon Coleman. If they go get a Denzel Boston who is like a prime contested catch, big body guy, it just feels like like sometimes teams just have like a bad taste in their mouth and it doesn't necessarily mean that because Keon Coleman didn't work out that a different guy with a similar profile wouldn't also.
Well, and obviously you try to anticipate and you're doing the simulations and you're thinking about other teams potentially. Buffalo's run defense was not good. Now, a part of that was intentional. Like the Sean McDermott view is we'll let him run and we're going to have one of the best pass defenses. Sean McDermott no longer there. Obviously, you want to shore up that. You don't want to get run all over. I just think Caden McDonald here, makes a lot of sense. You play with those 2 gigantic edge rushers.
They're moving.
They traded back again.
Deion Walker played pretty good last year.
Yeah, he did play pretty good.
Played
And
really
Oliver was very good as well.
Yeah.
Titans.
You just want some horses at the defensive tackle.
Titans just traded. The Buffaloes traded out of the spot. They're taking calls. So
Buffalo is out of 31.
Yep. And the Titans move up.
So Tennessee's at 31. And now Buffalo's probably
the Titans
out of the
were
first
at 35, so maybe they go
to 35 and give up a 5 or something. Okay, and so now we got to flip back to Tennessee. Who did they take at the top? Tennessee took.
They took Carnell Tate. Wait, so is Buffalo going to have like pick 33 the Titans, so 33, I'm just like going off the top of my head, 33, 35, and then they traded back again at the beginning, right?
I can't keep track.
So they're going to have the first 6 picks of the first round? The second round, excuse me.
So let's go back to what they might do. They did wide out in the first, right?
Correct.
So they traded for Jermaine Johnson at one edge rusher position. They're kind of light after that at edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Who are our top wide receiver options right now?
I think, what's that?
Who are top wide receiver options?
For Tennessee?
Yeah.
It would be Denzel Boston.
Yeah. Denzel Boston, or if you're, the Bernard from Bama, Williams from Clemson is more of a slot guy.
Brazel from Tennessee.
I don't see that happening this early with the off the field stuff. What did we want?
Dude, come on.
This feels, to me, again, like Titans, sub 25th on offense and defense.
I don't see an offensive tackle.
Oh, there you go. Edge.
Keldrick Falk.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And what this reminds me of, number one, when I was asking around the league and trying to get a sense of if they would consider Bain, if they trade back, whatever, they're like, no, they care about Robert Saleh cares about the armless stuff. And I'm thinking of the Mykel Williams pick last year, where it's like another guy who's 6'6", 6'7", upwards of 270, 280, will set an edge, run defender type guy of the pass rushing upside. San Francisco goes ahead and takes this. View this as a very similar pick, in my opinion. Maybe not very similar players other than in body type, but very similar pick, definitely. Young guy too, 20 years old.
Yeah. And again, he's got that, into your point, he's got the inside out perspective. My concern, look at his weight. He's 6'6", 276. Okay. He ran 4.67, which is freaky. He's only 21 years old. So 3 years from now, is he just naturally, because he's going to grow into being a man, is he going to be naturally 290 instead of 276? There's a good chance he could be. And if he's 290, now he's kind of grown into a 5 technique or an inside defensive tackle where you're probably not going to be quite as twitchy outside. Like he's got just enough outside twitch now to scare tackles so he can go speed the power inside and play the inside game. Yeah. I love that you can play him inside, but what I'm really saying, Sam, is he could literally grow out of that position because of youth and size.
And you mentioned that you think of the defensive tackles that Saleh has been impressive with, and I'm thinking of the DeForest Buckners of the world.
Yeah.
Gigantic size. Eric Armstead, that 5 tech, gigantic
100%.
size.
I'm 100% with you. Saleh's like that. He's got Gus Bradley, who's my buddy from the Raiders, as his defensive coordinator. And that's the perfect kind of fit for them, an outside, inside chess piece that they can use on a week-to-week basis based on what they think they need. I love that pick, actually.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, from time to time, you get sometimes like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. You look at Tennessee, they add the consensus best wide receiver in the draft at number 4, and they add an edge rusher that we said is an excellent scheme fit. They get him at the right place. They get him at the right time. They get him at the right age. I like what Tennessee's doing. I like what the New York Jets are doing. New regimes in both of those places.
Yeah.
Very interesting from some teams that have struggled in years, but definitely have the ability to win some games this year. You get another year of Cam Ward, the good 3-level attack now that you add a wide receiver, shore up that defense a little bit. The Jets basically remaking their team in the face through the draft. Maybe Geno Smith can play, has a little ball left in him, and you could see 2 of these teams challenging for the division in 2 divisions that, Josh Allen gets hurt, Drake May, we've seen him get injured as well. You catch a break and maybe you sneak into the playoffs.
And now you got Seattle.
This one, I spent like an hour at 4 a.m. trying to figure out what Seattle was going to do for reasons that, I don't really know.
This is the second team you spend an hour at 4 a.m. on, by the way.
I'm spending a lot of time on 4 a.m. I guess I got to remember what hours I was spending them on.
So their needs are, if you can see on the clock there, we have them down for O-line, running back, corner. John Schneider's a smart guy. We talked about this earlier. Like, he could take Jadarian Price here. He could move down. Be interesting to see whether or not he will. But The way I look at this thing is John's going to have a running back in his back pocket that he could pick up in the second or third round.
Yep.
At edge, he's got he lost
Fifth.
Boye Mafe, and DeMarco Lawrence is 34 years old. He can get by with Nwosu and those guys right now. But T.J. Parker is available. Cassius Howell is available. There's 2 edge right there that I like a lot. He lost Reek Woolen to Philadelphia at corner. So Hood and Terrell come into play right here, and I think would be really good value plays, either one of them for him right now. And safety, he lost a couple of safeties too. And don't forget, you've got McNeil Warren, the Toledo kid, available also, which combined with Emery would give him the biggest safeties in the league.
When I was taking a long
pick is in
a long, hard, hour-long look at 4 a.m., despite what Mike says.
I think you were sound asleep and dreaming all this crap. I really do.
Hey, maybe. Yeah, okay, it came to me in a dream, and in the dream, I thought to myself, I thought Chris Johnson was going to be available here. In that corner rotation that they had last year between Job and Witherspoon,
Job played well last year,
and Reek Woolen, they have to re-sign him at cost now, was just like devastating for teams to deal with, and they could do so many things with it. So I think cornerback was the one that I ended up loving, but Pregnon was the other one that I was just like, can run. You're continuing on with the San Francisco-based scheme, wide zone. They got so much value out of Gray Zabel last year. And when we talked to Gray Zabel at the Super Bowl, he's like, yeah, I just stuck my foot in the ground and run my butt off. That's what I do every single play. That offense was not good, in my opinion. It wasn't fun to watch at the end of the year. So either one, I think it could be a key. But those were the 2
Maybe
that
they just need to wait and get Jennings Dunker later, though. It's just to keep that Senior Bowl star pipeline going if we're going to go in that direction.
That's a good point.
I'm sort of being sarcastic here.
In the Seahawks, I wrote in my mock draft as well. They always pick guys that SūmerSports seems to like for one way or reason or the other.
Who likes what?
They always pick guys that SūmerSports seems to like. And so that's why I thought Chris Johnson would be a good pick here, but we'll see who they end up going with.
Yeah, I like the corner pick for them right here.
Me too.
They like the longer one. Typically, Hood's an interesting guy here.
When does McCoy become a consideration again?
Will Johnson went to 47 last year with an injury issue at the same position.
Played fairly decently.
It's not about the play. Will Johnson. Yeah. No.
Reading a very animated selection here. Oh, this is the last pick, you guys. I'm kind of sad.
I'm kind of excited to get some sleep. I'm old.
I'm kind of offended.
I'm juiced.
Turn
up. Jadarian Price,
running back.
Yep.
Jadarian
How about
Price.
that? Jadarian Price.
2 Notre Dame running backs went in the first round.
And
Go Irish. Sorry.
No. And
sorry, Boston College.
What do you mean?
Old school rivalry. Boston College, 2 Catholic schools. You don't see that as a rivalry?
What undergrad school did you graduate from?
The great Tulane University.
How many of those guys went? Because you can't really claim 7 colleges. Okay, no matter how smart you are.
How many playoff appearances?
This kid.
Explain to me, Jadarian Price. Explain to me how we have 2 running backs coming out of the same backfield as the top 2 running backs in this class.
Look, you can pair running backs and use them differently. This kid fits in perfectly with outside zone. Now, what did my counterpart just say about Gray Zabel running his tail off? It's because they're an outside zone team, and you've got to be able to run as well in the fourth quarter as you do in the first. What this kid is a one-cut downhill, and his burst and acceleration is really good. I mean, that's what he does best. He sees the hole, and he's gone. Now, can he make you miss in a hole? Can he do some of the other nuanced things that you'd like a running back to do? Not quite. But he's also probably the best kickoff returner in the class also. And that fits with a one-cut guy. Bigger, one-cut, downhill, decisive, and go. So you get with a team like Seattle that can block that outside zone and put him in with it, watch out. Go ahead, Mr. Data Scientist.
Oh, I didn't think that's what you were going to say. I heard the D fly out, and we already got it once. I thought I was just getting it to end it on a strong note here. Look, I wouldn't select running back with this pick.
Oh, you wouldn't have selected running back with any pick. So why even
go
there?
there?
Well, they get in the fifth round.
When
Start
would you
getting
start?
the mid-second, mid-third. But like here's the if you wanted me to defend this pick for them from an analytical perspective, they were terrible at running the ball. I think those issues are bigger than the running back position for most of the year, except when they got in the playoffs. And really,
his face
on a down-to-down,
they were 29th in rush EPA in the regular season.
Yeah,
I know he was the Super Bowl MVP.
And on a down-to-down basis, they were not very good in the playoffs either, and they ran it a lot over expected. But what they did do was generate 2 to 3 explosive plays a game that made the difference because their defense was excellent. Jadarian Price, 7.1% explosive play rate in that Notre Dame offense. A lot on the outside zone, as Mike said. If you're talking about the fit of a guy who did it at the college level and you need him to do it again, that's what you're looking for. That being said, I think you could have gotten one of those guys, and obviously you're not going to pay him a ton here, so it's not as bad as you would do. But I would have preferred going with a cornerback, in my personal opinion.
All right, so that's the first round. We did it. All 32 picks. There's another person here from our SūmerSports team who I'd love to hear from.
Yes.
Should we welcome Shawn Syed to the conversation?
Yeah, we need to get him involved here.
If he has any thoughts on all of this fun draft stuff that we just took in, where everyone went. We know that he did videos that you can find on SūmerSports social media channels, on the Twitter and YouTube and all of those things, where he did videos about scheme fits for a lot of these different people. And I'd be really curious to get his thoughts on the landing spots for some of those people that he looked into. I know that we have Arvell Reese, somebody that he looked deeply into, Caleb Downs, Mansour Delane, Sadiq is another guy that he looked at. And so I'm sure they're setting up the camera right now and trying to get everything worked out so that we can go to him. It's a well-oiled machine here today. There we go. What's up, buddy?
Lindsay, I'm so happy to be talking to you from right next door to where you guys are. I'm so glad you guys made it through the fire alarm and everything. And there are a bunch of picks that I feel like I really do want to talk about. You mentioned Reese there. I was so interested at the start of today, just where was Reese going to go to? I think Sam and I were fighting back and forth. Hey, is he going to be a Jet at 2? He gets to stay in New York with the Giants, and that's actually a spot that I'm pretty excited about because Denard Wilson running kind of like a Ravens-like type system. Of course, Wilson's been in a lot of places before, but I would much prefer for Reese to be in a situation like that. Then I think maybe with the Jets, you weren't sure, all right, is he going to be an edge all the time guy? Is it going to be a guy walking down to that edge kind of here and there as a linebacker? Because Reese, he's a hyper-talented player. Obviously, would have to develop if he would be an edge rusher all the time. But I really do like the idea of him being an actual versatile piece kind of in that Ravens-like system with the Giants.
What about Mansour Delane, who came off the board right after him to the Chiefs?
That's like the perfect fit. Like when I'm watching his film, I'm talking clips against Clemson. He is pressing guys. He wants to be in your face constantly. I think that the Chiefs saw that and were like, you know who that looks like? A guy who should be wearing a Kansas City Chiefs jersey. Now for the trade up, was it a little bit rich? You can look at the kind of different trade charts there, but just from a player in a scheme fit, that is absolutely what Spags looks for. Because Delane wants to have his hands on receivers. He's going to be competitive at the catch point. I'd be curious if he's going to be able to maintain just long speed down the field often, but the way that the Chiefs are going to have their safeties kind of over the top of things, it probably is going to end up okay. So I thought that was like a really nice fit. And now I'm feeling like, all right, well, I could do work on these two guys. Those fits feel so good. We got a hot start already.
Caleb Downs went a few picks later to the Cowboys. How do you think he makes that defense better in the ways that they're hoping?
Another one, 3 for 3. Another one I really like. Got to talk to Christian Parker at the Super Bowl when he was with the Eagles, just seeing the way that he thinks, the way he looks at his defense overall. Last year with the Eagles, they bring in Drew Makuba as a safety with their first-round pick. This year, you get to see Caleb Downs. And Downs, he can play that kind of weak safety spot. When you think of the Eagles defense, you can think of Reed Blankenship kind of running down into the box or kind of hanging out a little bit. He's not just going to jet back down the deep part of the field. He's going to work across the formation. So I think Downs fits what Parker wants to do with the Cowboys, and we're going to see him rotate into the boxes. You can feel comfortable when Downs is like kind of ends up as a linebacker. Now, do I see Downs as like that high end, like people tell me, hey, this is going to be the next Kyle Hamilton? I think you can look at a few different things and separate what these guys do, but what Downs showed at Ohio State, his real versatility, he was like a mean football player. Like, he really wanted to separate the ball from people's hands. I'm pretty excited, and I think Christian Parker comes away from today pretty psyched to have a guy where you can feel like, all right, this is a player that is really smart, that understands what we want to do in a system at Ohio State that, it feels like they really ran it like a pro defense with Matt Patricia. So I think Christian Parker goes to bed really, really happy tonight with Caleb Downs.
He's an interesting guy because he's different than some of the like high-end safeties that we can all kind of name off the top of our head, the Kyle Hamilton, the Nicky Manwaris that are in the league right now. But he's also a guy that when Sam and I were at Combine talking to different evaluators and we asked them, who's your favorite player in the draft? His name is actually a name that came up relatively frequently. So I think he's a very interesting guy. There was a pick, and you were saying we're 3 for 3 and you liked all of the picks. I'm curious if that would continue if we followed up about Kenyon Sadiq to the Jets, who, I'll be honest, I didn't love that pick and it kind of caught me off guard. Then when they were able to get Omar Cooper later in the first round, I think it kind of made me feel a little bit better about the pick because now we've got a fully fleshed out offense and you've filled that slot receiver that I thought that they were going to go for at 16. But how does Kenyon Sadiq fit with the pieces that they have, especially now that we know that Omar Cooper is one of those pieces?
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I agree with you. It wasn't one that, like when I was thinking of the other guys, when I look at Delaney, I'm like, this is a Kansas City Chief. When I look at Downs, I'm like, okay, yes, this guy could fit in a Fangio type system. I didn't look at Sadiq and say, this guy's going to end this day as a New York Jet. I do think the Jets are building for the future, right? It's not just, hey, we're going to go ahead and win 15 games next year. They're really putting a lot of different pieces together. So, of course, you can look and say, you just drafted Mason Taylor last year. Well, nothing says you can only have one tight end. And I do think Sadiq has high-end potential. He is a freak athlete. Like, he really is a freaky athlete. When he's vertical down the field, the way he can go up and hawk that ball, it is really fun to watch. I think when you see him in the run game, he's like high-end clips. He's super competitive. He gets kind of slipped by defensive ends, I think, a little bit more than you would like, but you can run him on crossers. He will need to develop, I think, kind of like in intermediate route tree, just because he wasn't really asked to do that as much as Oregon, but he'll jump over a guy too. So that one I'm curious about. I do really like that they ended up with the wide receiver from Indiana at the end of the first round there. It just feels like, okay, you have a bunch of pieces on offense. You have Wilson there. You have Hall already. You have an offensive line that, I enjoy watching a lot of those guys up front play. So you are really, really building the base where you're hoping, hey, next year, maybe that quarterback is able to get to you. So initially I saw it and said, oh, well, like, yeah, off top, it doesn't maybe make a whole lot of sense, but you're adding just a consistent group of weapons that can hopefully be positives in the run game and help you on a lot of different kind of routes in the pass game. I think you can look at it and feel pretty positive going forward.
Ask you about the Eagles. Made a pretty big move there with the Mekhi Lemon. I know this is a team that you cover in a great detail. What do you think about the fit there and what it inevitably means for what is about to happen?
Look, it's a great day for us slim guys. You know, you got Devontae Smith, you got Mekhi Lemon there, you got all these kind of similar body types, and it's interesting to think about them when you have Sean Mannion coming from the Packers tree where, like, if you really think about it hard enough, you can kind of turn everyone into a slot receiver in a few different ways. So whatever happens with A.J. Brown, say he's there, say he's not there, I think Lemon will come in and have a real role. I think he will be a consistent option on crossing routes over the middle of the field. I think that that's an area that Mannion is going to find a way to try and prioritize. And, you know, I think everyone in Philadelphia's organization is hoping you're able to see that middle of the field throw rate go up a little bit. I think there will be opportunities there this year where the offense in the past, it just did not prioritize that, whether it was the coaches, whether it was the quarterback, whether it was everything together. But having those guys is really nice because now when you think about the Packers where guys are stacked all the time, guys are moving all the time, you know, you're finding different ways where you're not just lined up on the outside in isolation against a press cornerback all the time. You are on the move. You're getting a running start. You're able to run away from players. I'm pretty excited about it. It's certainly film that I'm going to have to go back and watch, but I do think it makes a lot of sense for an Eagles team who now back-to-back years, and I feel like even before that, you're looking at the consensus big board. You see Jahad Campbell falling. Now, was Lemon some massive fall? I would say probably not. Whatever, it's like 6 or 7 picks off the consensus big board that we found out today is Mike Mayock's biggest enemy. That was really fun to listen to. But to see Lemon to go to a spot where now the Eagles feel like, hey, yeah, we've traded up maybe like a third or fourth kind of round pick in value. You're still getting a premium position from a player who was a little bit higher on the consensus big board than where he ended up.
Syed, our football integration lead here at SūmerSports. You can follow him on the socials at Syed's Games. Thank you so much, Shawn. Interesting evaluations there from him in the wake of, and again, you can find all of his scheme fit videos that he did of all of those players prior to the draft, and they're up on all of the social media channels. Also, Mike, what's your main takeaway at the end of the night?
Okay, so there were 19 offensive players and 13 on defense. The main surprises on offense were two quarterbacks, Ty Simpson going a lot earlier than people thought he was going to go, number 13 to the Rams. Jadarian Price, the tailback, did go at 32. And Keelan Rutledge, the interior offensive lineman, who we all love, brought us to two interior offensive linemen, which I only thought were going to be one. On defense, the biggest thing to me was the corners. Delane went early like we said he would. Chris Johnson went in the 20s like we said he would. However, Hood and Avion Terrell are still available. Terrell ran a 4.62 supposedly at his pro day. I don't believe it based on the tape I watched and some of the GMs I talked to. And there are ways through analytics to kind of look at his GPS and what he runs in a real game and convert it over. He's not a 4.6 guy. He's a legit 4.45 type of guy. So I was surprised at the cornerback thing. McCoy fell, as we talked about at the beginning of the night. We knew it was going to happen. The biggest surprise to me, as far as the two, we talked about Simpson. I didn't think Caleb Banks was going in the first round. Who took him?
Minnesota Vikings.
Vikings took him at what, 18? That means
surprising.
So to me, that was the major surprise, kind of on defense. The guy
Malachi Lawrence.
Malachi Lawrence is a borderline guy with Cassius Howell. They were the two guys I had at edge that were kind of hyper ability to get to the quarterback, borderline ones. Cassius Howell and Malachi Lawrence. So that didn't surprise me a lot. TJ Parker's still out there. Banks and Peter Woods as the two defensive tackles. Caden McDonald's still out there. You can walk around the board and see who are going to be the early picks. And what's kind of cool, as a former GM, everybody goes home right now and they look at their boards and they're saying, "Oh man, what do we need?" And you go, "Well, what stands out?" Well, Caden McDonald stands out. TJ Parker stands out. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and the two corners, Hood and Terrell. They're the ones that stand out on the defensive side of the board for me. On the offensive side of the board for me, we hit just about everybody on my board except for, as a matter of fact, we hit everybody except Denzel Boston. So Denzel Boston's a logical guy. I think that Basantis and Pregnon, the interior offensive lineman, Eli Stowers, those kind of guys. So what happens is you go home and you look at this and you determine what your needs are and where that board lacks depth. So on one hand, you might say, gosh, Caden McDonald's out there. Well, Caden McDonald, so is Lee Hunter, who I think is a really good upside defensive tackle. So is Kristen Miller. There's 3 good D tackles available. There's 3 really good off-the-ball linebackers available. Anthony Hill, Jacob Rodriguez, and C.J. Allen. They're all available. So you're trying to match up the board, and you go, you know what? I got to go up and get one of these guys because we have to have take a pick. Caleb Tiernan is the next tackle on my board, and then there's another drop-off. Okay, so if you have one of the first 5 or 6 picks in the second round, teams are already calling you right now. And you've got an opportunity to move down just a few picks and pick up a lot of bonus picks. And we did it my first year. We moved down twice early in the second round. I think we moved from like 35 to 37 to 39. And it gave us some extra 4th and 5th round picks. And we used to trade down again in the 4th round. Remember, people go home after the 3rd round, and they called me about picks 106 and 108 that we had in the 4th round. And the way we looked at it was 106 had Max Crosby written on it. That was going to be him. But we would move off 108, which we did twice. Again, so we picked up some picks enough that we're able to trade back up in the 5th and get Hunter Renfroe. So there's just a lot of maneuvering that I think is cool when teams go home after a night and they look at their boards and say, we got to have somebody.
When you start taking those calls,
yeah.
How long will you take those calls prior to actually agreeing to a deal? Because you want to leave some time for more people to call you and work the deal out.
Yeah, and you'll tell another GM that, I like the deal. I'm still going to stay open for business for a while. Feel free to talk to other teams, obviously, but if I don't get something better tomorrow, we'll talk closer to the draft. And you talk all morning to teams. And John Schneider still kids me about thinking that he and I had a deal on a 4th round pick. John Schneider's pretty funny. Do you guys know John?
Do not.
After the year after I got fired, he sent me apparently he was going to a pub in downtown Seattle with his wife. And there was a blackboard out in front of the pub said, appearing tonight, singer-guitarist Mike Mayock. Or it was Mike, and it was Mayock. And he took a picture of it and sent it to me and said congrats on the new job, which I thought was fantastic. And he just has a quirky, fun sense of humor. He's a great dude. So the calls are happening now. And it's an opportunity for teams if they have an ability. Like if you can move down 4 picks and know that you got 2 guards and a defensive end you like, so you don't have to worry. You know you're going to get one of them, right? You move down and you pick up these. So there's tonight's and tomorrow morning are opportunity times for teams that are sitting with the first 6 to 8 picks.
And the first picks tomorrow are Niners, Cardinals, Bills, Raiders, Giants, Texans.
So the Niners didn't pick. The Bills didn't pick. And they both could be open for business to move down further, depending on who they like out there.
Yeah, I think the only position right now, just looking where I think there's a massive drop off if you don't really look, is I think of this potentially the safety position. McNeil Warren, AJ Halsey. I think it's those 2 guys, and then question mark. And I think to a certain degree, you look at the interior offensive line. There's more people there, but Basantis, Pregnon, then we're talking about middle 3rd round guys to a certain degree. So I think
unless Dunker's a conversion,
that's a good point. And so in my head at this point, it's and even then that's 3 players. So it's like,
right,
what teams view those 2 positions extremely importantly? 49ers come to mind. Obviously, again, we talked about the outside zone fit, Pregnon, with regards to the Seahawks. I think that would be an interesting pick for them. And then the safeties in particular. What team's going to get hot and heavy? What team wants to stop the run with 4 and thinks they got to get a big body to come bang, like a McNeil Warren, right, he's a big body. I don't know. Emin Wari last year was really more of a coverage player, ends up becoming a big body inside to bang. And then Halsey, kind of a guy who flies around all the time.
What about the tight ends? Like Stowers is sitting out there.
Yeah.
Great athlete. We all know that, but it's a really good year for middle round tight ends.
Yeah.
And this is where it's kind of cool because you can go, I need a traditional Y. I need a bigger guy. I can probably get him in the 4th. I'm looking at I'm looking at Roush from Stanford or Klein from Michigan as more traditional Ys. Or I could say, I don't even have to be in on Stowers. I can wait a little bit and I can go get Delp, or I can get from Georgia, who's an intriguing guy, or I can maybe get Max Clare from Ohio State, who can do a little bit of both. I think there's a pretty deep class there.
Yeah, and you didn't even mention Raridan, Trigg, and Andres from Texas.
Yeah,
and so I
Jolly,
think,
Jolly from North Carolina State.
Yeah, and so I think there's it's weird now. We talked about tight ends and Stowers versus, but like does it make sense in the face of all this other stuff going on, the safety position, interior line position? If does it make sense to just wait until the hundreds and go get one of those 4 guys who you may like? I, for one, love Stowers when it comes to the analytical profile. I'd be considering him against some of these wide receivers who I don't really necessarily love. Jeremy Bernard, Zach Branch, especially given in the 70s, I can get in Ted Hurst, Elijah Surratt, Bryce Lance, Skylar Bell, who's like
Malachi Fields guy. Stribling.
Yeah. And so I think if I'm looking for a pass catcher, I'm identifying Stowers as the guy if it's my play set. But
that's the cool thing, because basically what most GMs are trying to do is you're identifying 2, 3, 4 targets in each round that you'd love to have. And if that's not going to happen, those are the teams moving out. So basically I had a target every round of a couple of guys that were acceptable, and you were trying to move out if you couldn't get to them.
Yeah.
And
so wait, just to clarify, because this is an interesting process point, and I love writing this stuff down.
Yeah, you're a process guy.
So we're going into the second round. You almost have a red dot on 3 to 4 guys, and if you don't think you can get them, then let's get out and get some more draft capital. And if you think you can get them, then we're going to attack. Is that kind of what you're saying?
For the most part,
Interesting.
And we talk it through with the coaches. And the offense coordinators and defense coordinators get very strenuous because they're trying to protect their turf, which I understand. But at the end of the day, you might be going, Stowers is a guy, to use your example, we love Stowers. But is it worth it for us to dig our feet in on him, or can we go get Delp around later? But as we look at the second, just to pick some examples, so let's say we want Stowers. We're going to go get Stowers as one of our guys. Okay.
This exercise is awesome.
I love Stowers. I love Pregnon. And remember, you got to kind of go through the whole round. It can't be just everybody at the top end of it, right? So you've got Stowers. Hey, this Pregnon dude, I love him. The wideout thing, what are we in the market for in 2? A big body guy or a slot? Are we okay with like late in the round with a Stribling or a Fields?
So let's put it this way. Yeah. So I'm thinking about going all the way to 64.
Yeah.
And so we probably want a guy in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s. So 40s, let's say Stowers is our guy. I'm just looking at the consensus here. D'Angelo Pons, 53. We talked about him at the top end, and then right around 60 is AJ Halsey. So let's say our 3 guys are D'Angelo Pons, Halsey, and Stowers.
Yeah.
So are we making calls to try to get in those zones?
Yeah. It depends on what you have to give up and go get.
Interesting.
This is
excellent.
As opposed to being patient and letting it come to you, which I'm fine with. And when you're patient, and I think the patient teams, we talked about them in the first round, they let things come to them. They don't force it all the time. But a guy like Howie, when he knows, he goes.
Still can't believe that, man.
When he knows, he goes, right? I'll give you a real, and what happens is when you're, even on the third day, which I love the third day because the timing, there are a lot of trades and there isn't much time. You're 4 or 5 minutes in the third round. And you got to really be nimble. You got to be ready to move up or back or be. And I remember waiting in the 5th round, we had 3 corners and then the cliff fell off. And we would take any one of the 3. But after that, we didn't have a corner we wanted to draft. And I really wanted to get another corner out of the draft. And I was sweating it out. It was like, I forget what pick, 156, or I forget. But it became, I'm going to try and get out of here if I can't get one of these 3 guys real hard. And we started making phone calls. And at the end of the day, our guy was there. Barely, and he became our starting nickel, and he got paid by the Packers big time last year. And he's a really good football player. So what happens is you got to have that process in your mind of, it's maybe not just be the round, but also like tomorrow, 2nd and 3rd rounds. Who do we want to get? What are the positions we want to target? If we can't get here, where are we going? If this kid gets to 42, let's go get him.
Okay.
So I'm talking to my scouts on either side of me, and we've got lined up. If it gets to 42, we're going to start to attack teams above Green Bay. because we think Green Bay might have a need, and we're going to make calls. You have these 3 teams, you have these 3 teams, and you're going to call and see if we have any interest. Once you establish interest, I'll get on the phone.
Yep.
And that's kind of how it works in real world.
We have a question from the StreamYard chat for you from Frank Fowler, who wants to know what you think that the Raiders maybe should do with pick 36. Now they brought in Mendoza.
Yeah.
That was the only pick. There was a minute there in the last couple of months when we thought that they were going to pick 14 with that trade with Baltimore. And I think, many people, myself included, had kind of spent that pick in our brains.
Right.
Now you have to reconvene. Luckily, you still have Max Crosby, and so that's awesome. But there are needs. What do you think what are the red dots?
Here's what I would be. You're talking about 36, so you've got the 4th pick in the 2nd round, right? And to me, it's all about supporting the quarterback. 1,000,000% about supporting the quarterback. They already did a wonderful job. They overpaid to get Linderbaum in the building, and they needed to do that. Give them huge credit for that. Whatever it took, pay the man. And they did. And that's going to help his transition whenever he takes over from Kirk Cousins. Week 1, week 7, year 2. I don't care when. Linderbaum in the building is going to help that offense, okay? They've got a left tackle, Colton Miller, in his 9th year. DJ Glaze, the right tackle, had a heavy quarterback pressure rate. Wasn't great. But the tackle board is tough right now. Are you really going to take Tiernan that high? Probably not. How are you going to help them? Wideouts, right? You definitely need some wideout help. You got Naylor, Trey Tucker, and Jack Besh, right? Those are your wideouts. However, you could also dip into that interior offensive line pool again. And if you're talking quality, Basantis or Pregnon might be outstanding picks at that point. Denzel Boston is available, as is some of those next level wideouts. So again, we want to take this Mendoza character and give him every chance when he takes over to compete.
Yep.
And that where I look at it, the sweet spot is interior O-line and wideout.
I definitely agree on the interior offensive line. If we're looking at what this team wants to do and what Clint Kubiak in particular wants to do, he's going to trot out diverse folks, which you can do because you got probably the best receiving tight end in the league in Brock Bowers on your team. And you got Michael Mayer, who ain't too shabby himself at blocking and catching. So those 2 dudes are going to be on the field. They're going to be on the field a lot. You got a running back. In the wide receiver position, they made it work. We turned JSN into the offensive player of the year. They turned Olave. Olave was really good until he got injured when Clint Kubiak
I do not
was
think that they have a room capable of that right now.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they have a room capable, but I don't know if there's a player on the board that is capable of doing that right now.
That's a good point.
And I wonder if the difference between, Denzel Boston's out there. We're talking about the types of guys, Chris Olave, Brandon Ayuk, Jackson Smith and Jigba, guys around 6 foot, 6'1", guys who can cut over the middle, really heavy that you can move around. I don't know if Denzel Boston is that guy, and you can maybe get that guy later. And that's why I slot in on offensive line so heavy. It's like, again, what was a big difference that the Seahawks made a difference? Gray Zabel turning and running, getting after it. And despite the offense not being that successful, it led to some explosive plays. If you can get Genty to get those explosive plays by adding a guy like Pregnon at 42, an outside zone guy, there's a lot of demand for this guy. And I think this informs where the trades might be. It just makes a lot of sense to me.
What about a guy like Surratt? Not necessarily now, but I'm just trying to think of wide receivers. He's a name that I think
I love him. I got him in the 3rd round.
Yep, that was my thought.
He's a guy. One of the reasons I really love him, and we talk about climbing up to the next level, which is he signed out of high school with St. Francis of Loretto, Pennsylvania, which is a non-scholarship Division I AA school. And the reason I know that is my brother Pete used to be the head coach there years ago. St. Francis is as low as it gets at that, right? And then he transfers to JMU, where he meets a certain head coach, who then takes the job at Indiana and takes 11 or 13 kids with him, one of whom is Surratt. And Surratt turns himself into one of the best wideouts in the Big Ten Conference and the country. And he does it with an inside game, an outside game, and also a power, toughness, hands. He can separate outside with his body and his strength. He wins inside with physicality and hands. He's going to play, and he's got a special teams mentality also, which will safeguard his opportunity to make a team and buy time to learn how to become one of the top 3 wideouts.
I think that kind of speaks to the whole transfer up thing. And I don't know, there's pros and cons to the whole
sounds like I need to do a
from an
study
evaluation
this summer
standpoint.
on transfer up, guys.
Yeah. But at the very least, you're getting a lot of data, right?
Yep.
Like it makes the most sense. And I always go to a guy like Matt Leinart coming out of USC and a program that was so successful, and he's in one program and he's surrounded by so much talent. And just from a pure evaluation standpoint, you're like, how much is him and how much is the environment around him? And you never get to see him in a different situation to get those answers. That feels like the perfect example of like the ways that the transfer portal can be good for evaluation. Yeah. And I know Bruce Feldman from The Athletic wrote a really interesting article today that I haven't had a chance to make it all the way through, talking to sources about the ways in which it's bad for evaluation and development. But I think from a data standpoint, Elijah Strout might be an example. There are lots more, obviously.
The biggest difficulty in player evaluation for analytics is that, number one, we don't have a lot of reps, and that ain't going to change. But number two, we don't get to see these guys in different scenarios. Offensive linemen, for example, if you're Quentin Nelson's going to be on the field no matter what, if he can be on the field. So we don't get to see him in a lot of different scenarios. What the transfer portal allows us to do is add in the ability to get a good estimation of league translation effects, which I've mentioned several times. It's going to be a huge factor as transfers continue to move on. And then the second thing it allows you to do is decouple a guy like Elijah Surratt from his, St. Francis, Pennsylvania guys, if he's dominating at that level. It allows us to decouple, Trinidad Chambliss's domination of Ferris State to Ole Miss. And so you start moving on from there, and that's the way it goes.
I'm sorry. I just got so distracted because Mayock, the look on his face. I can tell that you would like to go home and go to sleep, which I will respect and will get out the door. But you just gave Stofsky, our producer, this look as he walked by you. That just made me laugh.
I disagree with that whole summation.
Oh, the whole summation.
I disagree with it. I was listening intently to my counterpart here, the data scientist.
I will say this, Sam. I love that he respects you enough to disagree with you publicly.
I love it.
But I think that there is something that is respectful about that, because I think one of the things as a female in this space that I have noticed over the years is a lot of times people, I can tell when they feel uncomfortable correcting me or disagreeing with me because they don't want to make me look bad. And I have always felt more respected in the conversation when people feel comfortable saying, actually, I just disagree with that, just like that. Because it means that you respect me enough to not think that I would be embarrassed or that someone would think I was a moron because you disagreed with me. So anyway, as an aside.
Well, and in the building, if you're not generating conflict, you're not digging into the thoughts of enough, right? And so I want to know that Mayock thinks that Jeremiah Love is a certified elite player, going to be an all-pro, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But to a certain degree, we also want to test that theory and say, well, distributionally, it's X, Y, Z.
I feel like when you say distributionally,
there's all this other stuff. Well, yeah, but it's two different languages, but the goal is the same. It's analytics can't pick everything up. I'll be the first person to do that, to tell you that, because I've played the linebacker position in my life, and it is hard, and it sucks. And the run game, it's not efficient, but it sucks when you get a guard that's 360 pounds in your lap over and over every single play. It sucks when you're playing Josh Heupel and they're throwing the ball sideline to sideline. You're having to run around and blah, 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 blah. Like, there's stuff that we just can't quantify. And so
Correct.
We need both sides.
But I agree with all that. And Lindsay makes a good point. And at the end of the day, like, I'm 67 years old. If I was still a GM, I'd be listening very intently to the analytics side of the business, because I've gained more and more respect for what it is. And really, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, as a GM, the way I would look at it is it's another tool to make a good decision.
Yep.
It's not the deciding vote.
Right.
I agree.
But it's another tool to guide a general manager and a head coach who have an open mind into saying there's reasons that we come up with all of these different hypotheses and algorithms. And no matter how old you are, I think you can't sit there and say, I know everything.
Exactly.
Because I don't. And I need to learn that stuff. So I'm all in.
I just want to go back to this comment, and I know that it was already up on the screen, but I just want to take a second to say how enjoyable this has been for me to have you on our draft coverage and to highlight this point. I think one of the things that happens when you go and you are a general manager and you're in the building and people outside this situation have no idea how complicated the whole process is and what belongs to you and what belongs to a team and what belongs, I mean, without getting into any of that stuff, it's been so enjoyable for me to just listen to you in your element, which is the draft.
I appreciate
And
that.
to have the experience that you have now as a general manager as an additional tool in your arsenal to all of the draft analysis that you had for so long on NFL Network, which was money. But now you can take the stuff that you have as a general manager. What makes you very different in this role now is the people who have been general managers typically do not have broadcasting experience and cannot communicate the things that they learned or what is happening in the buildings in the way that you can. And so there is so much value to sitting here and listening to you all night long.
I appreciate
and so
that.
thank you
And
so much for being here.
I love working with both of you guys. And Lindsay, I've told you forever, you ask more questions than anybody I've ever worked with.
This was the quietest I've ever been tonight.
Well, that's why you're good at your job. You you're a host. You're pulling the most that you can out of the people you're working with. And I respect that. And I respect the 11-year-old that I'm sitting next to.
Clean shaven for fresh today.
The 11-year-old that actually is one of the, he never admit he's the smartest guy in the room, but he usually is. He's got a different way to look at it. He played the game, which is respect and the fact that and you have had a 300-pound lineman in your lap, and you know what that feels like. Therefore, you have the ability to drop that in a conversation, and I respect the hell out of that. So, of course, I'm going to listen to you. I enjoy working with you guys.
Appreciate it. And look, like y'all said, I'm the puppy out here. So if I'm getting good stuff out of them, I've learned so much from both of y'all. And tomorrow when I'm solo hosting and my eyeballs may be falling out of my head or perhaps bleeding. And, day 3, when we're going round 7 and guys are declining being drafted so that they could be undrafted free agents, but we're still getting excited. It's going to be because of all the insights I learned from you. But I in the spirit of this show thus far, I got to hit Mayock one time. The man says he hates the consensus big board. The reason the peanut gallery exists is because Mike Mayock was so good at his job that every network went out and said, we got to have a Mike Mayock. So the consensus big board is your fault.
That's actually a really good point.
Yeah.
I would say that the godfather in this industry is a guy named Mel Kiper.
Well,
I mean, he graded me coming out of college. That's how old he is. And he's the guy that started the whole industry. I feel like I kind of came in after him a little bit. And I had fun competing with Mel. And he looked at it that way, and I looked at it. And I tried to bring a little different viewpoint to how it was done. And I think the cool thing is that for all the viewers is that there's a whole bunch of different people out there talking about it now. And Daniel Jeremiah is amazing. I worked with him at the network, and he's a former scout. I told him today on the phone, we have a tradition. I call him every year, and he knows that I know what he goes through to get to that spot every year. So it's a cool phone call. And I call Charles Davis every year, and the 3. So I have a conversation with them every year on draft day. And DJ's amazing, Charles amazing, Kuiper's amazing, and now there's all these people coming out of the woodwork that look at it differently and do it differently. It just shows how big the draft has grown.
It's a big business.
We got to thank Stopsky.
Yeah,
thank the whole crew.
Do you want to walk through the shot a few more times?
Yeah, come on over here.
This is the person
Where's
who was. There you go. There's Stopsky.
Where's my daughter? Bring her out. I'll
By
get
the way,
shot if I don't bring her out.
Stopsky will be on the live coverage tomorrow with Sam. Starting at what time?
Hey, Lee, get out here.
6:45. And then Lee, come here, Lee.
Come here, Lee. Get out here.
Here.
And here's my daughter, Lee. And
Lee, go Birds.
Lee was the glue
Lord.
of this organization,
okay.
keeping everybody
No,
together.
come back. I want to ask you the question that you want to answer. Who of all of the draftees was dressed the best tonight?
I have to say, overall, I liked everyone's minimalistic vibes.
Oh, it was minimalistic.
Yeah, and you know why I think that is? They already had money. They're not popping off because they have had money. They've been dressing well for a long time. They didn't need to stunt. So it was just a sprinkle of ice, no big chains, minimalistic fashion. And
Quiet
it
luxury.
was wonderful.
How about the
It's not
girlfriends?
new money.
How about the
I
girlfriends?
didn't get to see any of them
Oh,
because I was
okay.
watching you guys.
Okay,
So
okay.
I'll let you know. I'll watch clips and let you know.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, Lee, you can leave.
Great job, guys.
Thank you so much for being with us. This has been so much fun.
4
sitting here.
hours.
For all 4 hours with you two. And please join us again tomorrow. Not us. I mean, SūmerSports us.
Yep.
Mike and I will be gone. Sam and
It's time to talk about Skylar Bell, people. Finally.
there you go.
juiced.
There's so much more. There's so much more that we're still passionate about here. So tune in tomorrow and hear all about it. Thank you for being with us.